Ahoy hoy! I am Plannerwalk, and we love our cold opens, which I don't know how much of the opening you get because there's a very I really need to just have an intro so I don't keep doing these or some kind of stream starting soon graphic. Anyway, how is everyone doing? I hope everyone's doing. How was everyone's 420s? Did anyone have any fun on Sunday? Just me? Oh, also, here we have Nyara. If you want to introduce yourself.
We're just jumping in. Okay. Hi everyone. I'm Nyara. I'm a VTuber. I don't know if you've noticed. I'm happy to be here, and I talk a lot about like trans topics and stuff. I don't know if anyone knows me.
Well,
maybe someone knows me.
I'm sure someone will. I mean, I found out about you from like a friend mentioning like apparently you'd gotten into trouble for talking about trans kids, and
yeah.
And then like all of a sudden you're coming up on Twitter. I'm like, oh, those tweets seem cool, and so yeah. But yeah, did you do anything fun on Sunday?
I was on Twitter. I was talking to people on Twitter. That was my day basically. I edited a video that was like pretty much everything. I don't really celebrate the 420 adequately, you know.
Yeah. Alternatively, Easter is another thing that you could celebrate on that day.
True. Yeah. No.
For me,
I remember back then as a kid, we used to go to a place and we were like shooting in like an air pistol thingy, and for every hit on the target you get like an egg. So
yeah, the main thing I remember about Easter was my parents would hide Easter eggs out in the backyard, or if it was if it was raining too much, they'd just hide them around the house, and it was always fun to try and find them all.
Yeah.
When you're a kid, you don't necessarily realize that it's your parents, though. You think that it's the Easter Bunny, though your parents do have a suspicious level of knowledge about where all the Easter eggs are, at least in retrospect.
Oh my god! When I was younger, my mom didn't hide an egg, but she had like inline skates, and I didn't find them. Like, I didn't know that I was like looking for something, but they were like outside under a table, like stuck in between somewhere, and I just like I went like looking for everything, and my mom was just like getting mad because I couldn't find it. So she just like moved it somewhere else, and it just like appeared in front of me. I was like, oh my god, I didn't even notice.
Yeah, it's amazing the how much over time it's like, I should have been able to get that. Like, I'd be able to get like certain things now as an adult with more perception, but back then, like, it was difficult. The turtle move says the Easter Bunny leaves a map. That wasn't the case with me. The Easter Bunny...
Yeah, for me neither. It was just like, yeah, go fetch. I don't know. Oh my god.
But
I also didn't know what I was looking for and how much I was looking for. Like how many eggs or something.
I think it was always...
Like, looking.
For me, I think it was something like the Easter Bunny always left, like, a certain number of eggs, which, again, coincidentally is just the amount of eggs that you'd find in a packet from the supermarket.
Oh, yeah. Makes sense. Wait, so we have... I don't know if that is, like, just like a Germany thing, but we have, like, hard-boiled eggs that are painted that you can just, like, buy. Like, all year around. Do you have that?
No, not here.
No? You don't have, like, painted hard-boiled eggs?
I'm sure there are some people that do that, but...
Yeah, but, like, you can get them in the store, just, like, in a packet.
I have never seen those in the store.
Crazy. Okay.
Actually, I know we're not dealing with the topic of the stream because the what's going on in the world is terrifying. However, I was recently told about jelly cubes. Apparently, they're a thing in Britain. I have decided that the UK does not exist.
That's valid. No, that's valid.
Because, like, apparently over there, jelly comes in... Like, okay, so... If you want to get jelly here, you get it in, like, little sachets of little crystals. Then you pour that into a bowl of water, stir it up, and then put it in your fridge to set. However, apparently in the UK, you have jelly cubes, and you pour, like, hot water onto it, and then you dissolve that cube in the hot water. And it's like, what? The cube itself is made out of jelly or something. I don't get it.
That sounds weird.
It does.
I mean, you're talking about the same country that has, like, a bread sandwich, which is just, like, 2 toasted breads with, like, 1 untoasted bread in the middle.
Okay, that wouldn't be...
I think.
Too bad if it was, like, French toast or something that was toasted. Like,
yeah.
If you have a bit of flavor.
Toast bread sandwich. What?
Apparently jelly cubes are also called Turkish delights. Okay,
Let me send you this because that's freaking cursed.
I thought Turkish delight and jelly were 2 completely different things. In fact, I'm almost certain that they're 2 completely different things.
Which may be buttered. They might not even be buttered.
Okay. Aria Nash says, wow, I came onto the stream to see my country being roasted for jelly cubes instead of the multitude of real things to hate the UK for. I mean, I have other reasons for disliking the UK. Like, there can mostly the fact that they voted in the Labour Party over there, which is right wing. Though that's more a criticism of the Labour Party. But also what was there?
J.K. Rowling is there.
Yeah, like all the turf stuff that comes out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the court ruling that they had.
Oh yeah, that's been fun to see that go down. Like, I'm not sure what gets affected. Like, I know that there is something to do with I do know that there is something to do with gender employment equality. So if you have if you want to say that you have 50-50 men and women, it has to be 50-50 assigned male at birth and assigned female at birth.
Yeah. So, like, the things are, like, trans women can now be strip searched by men.
Yeah.
Which is, like, the question, how can they tell in a lot of cases? Which is probably going to cause a lot of issues. I know that there was like this one instance where a family, I think from the UK, were traveling to like Egypt, and their child had their daughter had like short hair, and the people there forced her to basically strip naked to prove that she was actually a girl, which is like, so that's kind of what they're like now basically normalizing in the UK, which is kind of scary. What else? I think also like women's like shelters, etc., can now turn away trans women.
Yeah, and like,
so it's like imagine you're like a victim of abuse and you go into like a women's shelter, but you're like more masculine, and the people there are like, well, prove to us that you're actually a real woman.
And it's one of those things where this will affect not just trans women, but it will also affect cis women too, because there are a lot of mask looking cis women, Yeah,
I think like the biggest issue is also like intersex women.
Yes. Because, it can be... There's a lot of different ways that the body, How do I put this? There's a lot of different things that the body does that can change things like your appearance and other factors that may give some people indication as to which sex you are. So yeah, I
imagine, like, isn't it already the case that a lot of like cis women who have like predominant like an Adam's apple that's visible, they're being bullied and being called men, etc., because only women only men are supposed to have Adam's apples, etc. So it's just like causing more issues and like enforcing like these weird expectations that are like extremely misogynistic.
Yeah, well, about that, I recently saw a tweet which I'll bring up. So, does anyone know of the Smiling Titan? I'm sorry, I mean Nancy Mace. Anyone know of that?
Oh, isn't that the one that is like who was like real women don't have Adam's apples or something?
Yep. So wait, why?
We got it on bad medical takes now.
There we go.
Did it get deleted?
For a second I thought that it did, but it was just Twitter not working.
Oh, okay. Real women don't have Adam's apples. Yeah, classic.
Now, scrolling down, people are pointing out that she has an Adam's apple.
A visible one. Yeah.
It's like, out of all the things you could have chosen to say, real women don't have this, that, and the next thing, she chose to go for the one thing that, well, not just the one thing, but like something that, yes, Adam's apples tend to be more prominent in guys rather than in, women. But like,
it's because of like testosterone.
Yeah. But also, some women have pretty prominent Adam's apples as well. It's like, out of all the things that you could have chosen,
it's because like hormonal imbalances exist like everywhere, and it's always so funny when people tell me that like real women don't have like testosterone or something, or like real women only have estrogen, and it's like, no, it's a balance. Like,
yeah,
I have less testosterone than most cis women, so like maybe I'm more real than they are.
Yeah, I need to go do a blood test, but last I checked, I had my testosterone was too low, so I've actually cut my Cypro dose effectively in half because I had I'm not a big fan of testosterone, but I do want a little bit to be able to maintain living.
I gotta get actually testosterone supplements too now. It help me out because I don't produce it naturally anymore.
Okay, yeah, that does make sense.
I did have bottom surgery last year.
Yeah, I think I've seen you talk a little bit about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
slightly.
I mean, I don't know all the details. Like, I have actually been speaking to, some... I know a couple people who have had bottom surgery, and it's interesting hearing, different things about it, but, I'm not going to share other people's experiences with bottom surgery because I know that for some people that can be very much a personal thing.
It's pretty intimate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I basically share everything about it, and it did help me a lot. So I'm also glad. I know it's a really risky surgery, and I know that a lot of people had issues, especially when it comes to walking later on because something went wrong, etc. But they still don't really regret it because of they got rid of the gender dysphoria.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just it helped me a lot because that was my core issue when it came to my body. So it was just fixed.
Because
it was just gone.
Because I am tempted to eventually one day when I have the money to get it, but the type that I want is particularly expensive. I don't know if it's available I don't know where exactly it's available. I know that it's available in California, but I am not traveling to the US for the next 4 years at the minimum. And for good reason too, because this actually leads nicely onto the next thing onto another thing that I wanted to talk about, which I actually have a story around, because the US... Okay, if I go to... Which one is it? This one here. So there's a story here about someone who were deported from the US for wanting to backpack. So essentially the gist of it is they got to the US and they were asked questions about how they get money, and I'm trying to work out where exactly it is. They say we sometimes do small freelance jobs online, and we mentioned that, and it was maybe the biggest mistake. But essentially, I think that the US needs to change how it defines working in the US, because I've had to deal with this. I was allowed to enter the US, but I was at risk of getting deported, essentially because I could have done my YouTube stuff in the US, and they would have considered that working in the US.
Oh my god.
And so, or at least that's the vibe that I'm getting from it. They did say, they held me for a while. I missed my flight, actually, my connecting flight, because of how long they held me. And it's also one of those things where I had no experience with, these border, is it customs? They said it was passport control. It's because they'll say, oh, you can just tell us anything. But if you forget to mention anything, because it's okay, I don't have everything on my mind, they'll take that and be like, why didn't you mention that? And it's like, I don't know. I don't know how, and I feel like they do the whatchamacallit, the analyzing your body language kind of thing to try and go, oh, well, this person's clearly keeping something from us. And it is stressful as all hell. I honestly, I remember, like, us in I was like in the US, and one morning I heard someone I heard someone outside, and they had the exact same kind of voice as the person that was like asking me all these questions, and immediately I was like, oh shit, because that's, yeah, it is something which I hope to never have to deal with again. And I think what the US needs to do is they need to have an exception when it comes to work. And that is because a lot of people don't have to work on location. And with people, you know, denying access because people don't have to work on location, they can, you can have work that is primarily based in one country, but then you can also do that work in another country because where you are located doesn't matter. They need to say, okay, that doesn't matter for, like, if you're going on holiday or something, because otherwise other people are just going to continue having that experience. And I think the whole world needs to change that, honestly.
Did you hear about the German tattoo artist that flew into to the US to tattoo a friend or something?
Yeah.
So she brought her kid with her and got like held for, I think, like a month or something.
Yeah.
Because they were like, oh, you're a tattoo artist and you got all these needles, etc. So we're going to deport you, hold you in a holding cell for a long period of time because you might work. It's like,
yeah,
it's kind of insane.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that kind of stuff is basically turning on. Well, in fact, the numbers show that all these events, even if they're not the majority of people, but hearing about those events happening is turning people off from wanting to go to the US. Simply because, like, why would you risk it? Yeah. And
I sent you, like, stats. I don't know if you've seen that one. It was, like, other countries traveling to the US. How it, like, dropped.
Oh, yeah. I just saw it now. Oh, that's the wrong window that it went to. Let me just copy it over. But yeah, like, oh yeah, down to negative 30% in some cases, and yeah, like, why would you travel to the US when you face risk of just getting deported? Why would you spend the money on a plane ticket when the only place you're going to be able to visit in the US is some dingy cell in San Francisco?
Yeah, and now, like, the risk is you're not even, like, getting deported to your home country. You're getting, like, sent to El Salvador without due process, which is crazy.
I don't think I've heard of anyone traveling to the US and then getting deported to a random country. But yeah, it is.
I mean, that's what they're doing with the undocumented migrants, right?
Oh yeah,
they're just, like, sending them there without due process. But I'm just, like, I'm doing a little bit of foreshadowing right now. That, like,
you think it's gonna get that bad?
I think. I mean, they're already, like, ignoring the court orders, etc. So I think that they're just going to do whatever they want, and I'm I don't know, maybe I'm a little bit of like a doomer right now, but I'm just like seeing, all these red flags, and this is just like where my mind is heading, and it's not pretty.
Yeah, I like to remain optimistic, but like honestly, it's to the point where even like this is probably the worst case kind of scenario. Even that is looking to be fairly likely. Like you like to, like, for me, I'd like to think that they're going to survive until 2028, and then they'll be able to see that how bad things got under Trump, and then hopefully elect someone that's A, not Trump, and B, preferably someone who's not Republican. I say A, not Trump, because he wants to run again by the looks of things, and I've seen conservatives on Twitter say, "Oh well, he's just joking. He's just being a silly little goofball," and it's like, and like everything else was that him being a silly little goofball, like everything that he's actually done, that was him just being a silly little goofball, right?
Yeah, I think it's just like downplaying all the harm that he's already caused. And I know that like the Trump administration is like extremely chaotic. I don't know who it was. Like apparently there's only like one dude who's like trying to do damage control, and like especially with like the tariffs. Yeah. Because Trump basically does what ever the last person who talks to him tells him. And so they had to like find a place where this like tariff guy who really wants to like crash the economy was like in a meeting and didn't have time, so he could like isolate Trump and talk to him. Yeah, and convince him to just like only go after China. Yeah, because like they made him like tweet or like make like a post on Truth Social. Like right that instance, so he doesn't get like convinced to do something else. Yeah, like it's just crazy. It seems like when it comes to Trump, it's he will say that he's going to do something and then often not do it, and it's like oftentimes that's good. At least the not doing it part is good. But like. With the tariffs thing, like that just reeks of corruption to me. Like the fact that the tariffs just crashed the stock market, and then after that happened, he said, "Oh, lol, JK, we're not doing any tariffs anymore except on China." And then the stock market rebounds, and it's like, I want, and he also tweeted out on Truth Social that now is a good time to buy stocks, like half an hour before. And it's like, I mean, that is like blatant corruption. Like, like if Elon Musk wants to find corruption in the government, look at the Trump administration. Yeah, I mean it's also like didn't the Great Depression benefit like the top 1% of the 1% like so much, and everybody just like got ruined because they also like crashed the economy, etc. Yeah, it's something where any economist will tell you that like blanket tariffs on anything will be bad, right? In fact, a lot of people claim that they're going to move manufacturing back to the US. I have heard of like a particular instance where if all these tariffs go into effect, manufacturing of certain products will be moved outside of the US, and the reason being is because they are producing goods for international markets.
So if you import, because what they have to do is they have to import the ingredients that cannot be, these ingredients cannot be produced in the US because, things like cocoa beans, for example, cannot be produced in the US. Just no way to do it. So they have to import these things to the US. Then in the US, they have to turn them into the product. And then if they want to sell to a global market, they have to export it from the US. The problem with doing that is they have to pay the tariffs that to import the products. And then if another country has tariffs on the US, they have to pay tariffs, or their product price increases due to tariffs that are placed on them. So the logical thing to do there is move production outside of the US, and then to, let's say, Canada, and then, I don't know, once just sell to the US from Canada, and the US just gets tariffed. The US products, or the products sold in the US just get tariffed. That is something.
Isn't it? Yeah, isn't it also? Sorry, isn't it also like it's way better to specialize, like do the things that you're good at instead of doing a bunch of stuff just like mediocre.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like that is another point. Like if you want to, how do I put this? If you want to have a good economy, the best thing to do is get everyone doing what they're best at, right? Whereas if you want to have an economy that doesn't do too well, you have a whole lot of people that just do like jobs for the sake of doing jobs. And I feel like that's what Trump is trying to do. He's trying to get people to do jobs for the sake of them doing jobs. Not because they actually provide any benefit to the US economy, but because, it's the idea of getting unemployment down, but also like unemployment being at too low of a level can actually be bad for the economy because it actually contributes to inflation. Now, I don't like that fact. Particularly because I don't think that people should have to be out on the streets or whatnot in order for everyone else to do well. But that is also just a fact of life. And when people complain about, inflation is too high and all that kind of stuff, well, if you're going to have everyone working, well, inflation is going to be high. The real problem is that wages aren't increasing with the cost of living.
It just feels like Trump doesn't really care about the working class anyway. Like he doesn't respect them. But it just feels like with the US, there's so much money, but it's just not being reinvested into the country. Like they're just like hoarding money. And just like not really doing anything good with it. Like the fact that there are like food deserts in the US, like places where you can't get fresh food. Like the infrastructure is like horrible. There's like no public transport, etc. The housing crisis, there are no like houses being built, and it's just not being reinvested.
Yeah,
it's just like the top 1% that has like everything.
Yeah, and like I understand people's frustrations with the US government, right? And like especially like US government spending. Like I completely get that because they would rather spend money on building weapons for whatever their latest military operation is going to be. And one of the issues is that they don't spend money on investing into their country, and it's like, at least in New Zealand, I have criticisms of particularly the current government, But I have criticisms of our government here. But at least they invest into infrastructure from time to time. Like, usually it will be, like, roads. I'd like them to also invest into... At one point, they were going to invest into a new hospital, but I don't know how that's going. But, like, investing into infrastructure is probably one of the best things that you can do. Like, investing into... if they were to invest into high-speed rail over in the US... then that would be a massive investment that would pay off because, people could get around much easier. That means that, if people can... Mobility, I think, is one of the things that helps a country grow because people can get where they need to go. The US is terrible for mobility, especially with, how big their suburbs are. But, have just better mobility, and not only does it help with people in the country, it helps with people that come into the country and want to go on, a trip across the US. Because, having to fly to get everywhere sucks. Just make it so that I can take a train from one place to another, and that it doesn't take, 24 hours to get from one state to another state. That's all I ask for.
I mean... I also heard that, granted, I've never been to the US, so I'm just, repeating what I've heard is, car drives is just, so insane, the difference. Apparently, them driving to work for, 90 minutes, that's just, normal.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you're basically spending, 3 hours every single day. How is that productive? And just sitting in traffic, driving to a place where you don't even necessarily have to be because a lot of jobs could be done from home.
I would...
I don't get it.
I would much rather... if I had to choose between spending 1.5 hours driving to work or spending 1.5 hours traveling on a train to work or on a bus, I would rather travel on a train or a bus. At least that gives me the time to, if I need a bit more rest, I can rest. If I want to, listen to music, I can listen to music without having to worry about, is someone else going to crash into me? If someone else does crash into me, then, that's not my fault if I'm on a bus or a train.
You also don't have to worry about car troubles, etc. Imagine having your car break down, or you don't have the money for a new car, and you have to get up 2 hours early just to make sure that everything is working.
Yeah, it's and it's one of those
crazy.
It's one of those things where it's it's much cheaper as well to just pay $2 to go on the bus, or $3 if you forget your card, like I did recently. I forgot I was going onto the bus, and I looked through my thing, and I was like, oh no, I forgot my card. But I still went. I got a nice. Hold on, let me switch to. I got a chess set, so that I could have a. Oh, that's. Wait, does it come with an instruction manual? No, it just says what's in it. Apparently.
How to play chess.
But, I mean, that would be good, to have, the rules of chess on...
Honestly, yeah. Yeah. Going to learn about, some, the... What is it? The England Gambit or something?
Well,
the opener?
Maybe not necessarily openings, but, just, let people know, hey, if they take your pawn like this, that's called en passant, and yes, it is a real move. Rather than people having to Google en passant, I think that would be helpful. But, apparently that's not included. Fun fact, and this is completely off topic, but I actually played a game against someone, and I moved my pawn thinking that this person was going to take my pawn en passant. She did not. She did not fall for my trap. Yeah. Unfortunately... Oh, no. Fortunately, I did win the game because I was able to promote to a queen, and then I was able to promote to another queen. And it turns out that 2 queens versus 2 rooks is a lot better than... is a lot better. The joke is to tell newcomers that capturing en passant is compulsory. I prefer to let people know that en passant is a thing that can be done. A lot of people just don't believe you if you try to capture en passant. And I don't know how many people here are chess players. Yara, are you a chess player?
I have no idea what you're saying, but I'm excited at your passion.
Yeah. It's always very fun to like talk about or play chess. I remember a while back I used to play chess at the end of my streams, but then apparently people didn't like that. So
It's a different vibe, like just chatting, etc.
Yeah, it was fun though. Like there was certainly some fun games that I had, just to like be like, yo, who wants to play me in chess, and then we'll end up the stream. It was also a good excuse to not end the stream because like I quite often get into streaming. It's like, oh well, people are around. Anyone that's met me in real life knows that I always love to hang out until like if I go to a party, I'm usually one of the last people that leaves, if not the last, because it's like, oh, I just want to chill. I like hanging out with other people, and like I think to go back to the conversation that we were on earlier, I think that it's important to have like more spaces where people can just hang out and that don't require too much effort to get to. And also, that's one of the other problems that I have with this idea of having to drive 90 minutes to work and then drive 90 minutes like that. Again, that is 3 hours, as you said. So
yeah, it's insane.
In addition to the 8 hours that you spend at work, you've got 13 hours left in your day. 8 hours of that is going to be spent sleeping, right? So minus 8 hours of 13, that leaves you with 5 hours. And you're probably going to spend like an hour or two of that, if not more, just with like things like chores, cooking. I can understand why Gen Z has so much issue with cooking because it's like sometimes
you don't have time, or you're just exhausted.
Yeah, and like you can use sleeping to rest, but like I feel like sleeping isn't the only way to rest, and it doesn't really give the rest that sometimes you need. Sometimes you just need time to relax, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's like a mental reset. It's just like you're exhausted, but like you're going to wake up and you're going to like repeat the same cycle again because it's just like the next day. Like you need like a balance, a work-life balance.
Yeah, and I feel like the additional 3 hours of travel is like you're not getting paid for that. It's just like, oh, you have to travel 3 hours because our cities are built so inefficiently.
Yeah, and like a 9 to 5 turns into like a 7 to 10.
Yeah,
like, it's just. Like you have to wake up, you have to get ready, you gotta do all your stuff, and like I said, in a lot of cases during COVID, people were just like so much happier because they could just work from home and get like so much more work done because they didn't have to worry about like traveling for 3 hours, 4 hours.
Yeah.
No.
And like the mentality that a lot of people have is that like work is the most important thing in life, and it's like it's absolutely not. There are other things that people like to do and is kind of important if you want people to be productive. Like a lot of people, the reason why they're so unproductive is because, well, they're doing the same thing all the time, so it's just like, oh yeah, this is just what I do, don't really need to pay attention to it, when, you know, and also there is a little bit of, oh, if I do more than I'm given, I'll get given something else to do, and it's just going to be, oh, well, I have to do that now. You're not rewarded for doing more, you are, honestly, in many cases, actively punished for doing more. And
and then basically, like the audacity of rich, like white men telling or shaming women for not having enough children. Like, how do you even take care of your kids? You know, obviously they want to like push the idea that, you know, you gotta be a stay-at-home mom who basically only exists. Like, the woman's job is basically just to procreate and take care of like the offspring. That is like the most fulfilling thing for a woman. Yeah. And it's like even cis women who do want to have like a family, and like, how do you manage? How do you actually take care of your children? How do you take care of a relationship in general?
Yeah, because like, the biggest problem is housing prices being like so high because people treat it as an investment rather than, you know, a thing to live in. And when it comes to housing prices being so high, that means that rent is so high, and a lot of people can barely afford rent on a two-person salary. So that means that you've either got to, you know, try and squish like a whole family into one room. And I mean, I don't see how that would work in any practical sense. Or you've got to have, how was that? You either squeeze 3 people into one room on one person's salary because one person stays home and looks after the kid, or you can have like 2 rooms and both of you have to work, but how do you afford care for your child when you're not there? And it's one of those things where I feel like in the past people didn't have to, like, sure, people would have had to worry about that, but not as much as they do today. And like, why would you have a kid if it's just if you're not going to be able to provide the life that you want to give that kid? That's the way that I see it.
I mean, it's also like, I've seen statistics when we're just like talking about the US, like the minimum wage hasn't been raised in like such a long time. And there is like a graph that tracks what the minimum wage should look like based on productivity. And it's just like so much lower. And I mean, there's a reason why people are just like extremely struggling financially, and they're like in debt. They can't get better jobs because they don't have like the time to, I don't know, go to college and get like a degree, etc., because nobody's like funding it. And then people come along and they're like, well, you are a waiter and you shouldn't actually earn more than $2 an hour. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, like the tipping wage.
Nobody should get paid.
Yeah, like tipping wages.
Nobody should get paid.
Needs to be abolished, I think. Sorry? It should just be like a minimum wage. And that needs to go up as well.
Yeah.
Like tipping culture is like horrible because not only is there this idea that you should tip like your whatchamacallits, the waiter and all that kind of stuff at restaurants. But you also apparently need to tip whenever you order from any store, even if it's a Walmart. It's insane being in the US as someone who doesn't have to deal with all that.
Yeah. Don't they also have like robots who are like pouring coffee and then they're asking for a tip and it's like, what are you tipping? Like, it's a robot pouring it. Like, come on. Are you asking for a tip? It's insane.
The robots need to have a life too. Honestly, it feels like they want to give the robots more of a life than humans.
I mean, isn't it also like Elon Musk and Trump's goal to basically replace the working class with robots and machines, etc.? And it's like, what are you doing?
Like, okay.
What are like these people supposed to do? If they can't work jobs.
Okay, so I would be in favor of replacing workers with robots. You know, would obviously need to massively restructure the system. You know, make it so that people still get paid even if they don't have a job, so that they can, you know, survive. Unfortunately, it seems that a lot of people are too scared of this idea of communism that they are like, okay, well, we can't be paying everyone to be able to exist, so we're going to just keep the current system, replace everyone with robots, and then I guess people just die, I guess. I don't know, it's just like
there's just no alternative. It's just going to be like Hunger Games, where people are like, well, you're the poor people, and one of you is going to you know, win this battle, and you're going to be promoted to the next, you know, to the inner circle. You know, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
It's just going to be Mr. Beast videos.
Yeah.
I took 100,000 homeless people and made them battle for like food, you know? It's a freaking dystopia.
I mean, like, a lot of these dystopian plots, you see it and it's like, that would never happen. But the more I think about it, it's like, actually, that seems like, yeah, I can see how that would happen. Like, the idea of having... You've seen the Purge movies, right?
Yeah.
Like, you'd think that no one would ever actually enact the Purge. But, like, you see what's going on. It's like, actually, you know, like, maybe they might. Maybe someone will be crazy enough to do that, unfortunately.
Didn't Trump say that, like, a national-wide, like, purge of all the bad people, where the police can just like do whatever, like that should be legal? Didn't he say something like that a while ago?
I can't remember, but I don't know what he's talking about. Isn't it already illegal? I mean,
yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think he was like, oh my god, I don't.
But yeah, it seems
one
like
really violent day.
Yeah.
Trump condemned for suggesting one really violent day to combat crime. Let me send this to you.
Okay.
That's... Oh my god.
Visit site. Let's copy that over to...
You see these guys walking out with air conditioners, with refrigerators on their back? The craziest thing, Trump said. And the police aren't allowed to do that job. They're told if you do anything, you're going to lose your pension. They're not allowed to do it because the liberal left won't let them do it. The liberal left wants to destroy them. They want to destroy our country. What was he saying with the violent day? No, if you had one really violent day, one rough hour, and I mean real rough, the word will get out and it will end immediately. Like, come on. You're literally talking about wanting the purge. Where the police could just, like, do whatever.
Yeah, people, like, wonder, how does this happen in the movies? And it's like, okay, well, what if it actually happened, like... What if how do I put it? It's like there are ways that it could happen. Like people aren't as intelligent as we often like to think. Like people like to think that they're smart when they're really not. And
I think it's like arrogance of like, you hear all these stories like here in Germany, we talk about like the 1930s, etc. People are like, oh, this will never happen again. We like learn from it. But then you see like all the red flags or the warning signs or the rise in like fascism, etc. And it's like, no, that one's different because these people, they're like different people.
Yeah.
And they don't see what was necessary in order to lead up to the events of like 1930s, and instead it's just like, well, right now they aren't sending Jewish people to El Salvador, so like what you're saying about all the warning signs, etc., is just like fear mongering.
Yeah, and like I wonder if back in 1930s Germany there would have been like people going, oh, you've just got Hitler derangement syndrome, to deflect valid criticism.
They had Jews for Hitler.
Oh yeah,
there was like a movement.
Yeah, I heard about that.
And like, I'm sure if like trans and gay people, etc., had like a bigger platform, or weren't basically just like trapped to one location where they were like welcome in the gender clinic, etc. Like, I feel like there would have been also people who were like, oh, we are gays for Hitler, we're gays against groomers type situation.
Yeah,
because it's like literally the same rhetoric
Orion
from back then.
Orion Cooper in chat said, yes, they did say, oh, you just don't like Hitler, apparently. So, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's also like, the problem was like, the world was healing from the Great Depression, etc. So there was like an economic boom. So like everything was like getting better. So I think if you back then were criticizing Hitler, was just like, oh, but he's helping build the highways or like build the infrastructure. He's like doing all these good things. Like, oh, my life is improving. Why are you complaining? So I think that is, I can imagine that was like the current state back then.
The wild thing,
which is like,
the wild thing now though is that like people's lives aren't improving and yet they're still defending Trump. It's like Trump is just making everything worse because of how incompetent.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if he's incompetent or just like being malicious, because like I think it's a combination of both.
Yeah, I think it's definitely like narcissism, and like people are sucking up to him. Like, he's constantly surrounded by everyone who's like telling him he's like such a great guy and you did such a good job, and just to win favors and like manipulate them, because like everybody in the Trump administration wants different things and they're basically fighting, and everyone just like sucks up to Trump.
Yeah. It is something where I think that it's like I think that the first administration was a lot better than the current administration, and I kind of wonder how things would be if there was an alternate timeline where Trump won in 2020 And so we saw the continuation of Trump and Mike Pence. And I wonder if that would have actually been a better timeline, because Trump wouldn't have had all these extreme things, because the idea in 2020 was keep America great. So just keep doing what we're doing, essentially. Although a lot of people was like, well, you mishandled COVID really badly, so we're not going to vote for you. And
I mean, it's also like during the first term, there were like way more checks in place where like people came out of meetings with Trump, him telling them to do something, and then there were like people being like, whatever he just like told you, don't do it. So like there were more people just like keeping things in check in order to keep it running. And I think right now it's just such a cold, and there's no room for anyone who questions what he does.
Exactly. Like, and like, I have criticisms not just of Trump, because another thing that I wanted to talk about today is RFK Jr. And the thing is, RFK, how do I put this? Like, people are worried about, like, Trump being a dictator. But, like, I feel like there's also an issue with, like, dictators in science. Like, dictating what ought to be studied. And this is essentially what we are kind of getting with RFK. Because he is ordering the CDC to look into vaccines and autism, even though that's been studied by the CDC before. And he's like getting someone in that will basically be able to... he's getting someone in who will essentially try to find the result that he wants. The David Geyer person who wants to give autistic kids 10 times the recommended dose of puberty blockers to try and treat autism. But
you can't give puberty blockers to trans kids because that's cruel and...
Yeah. Anyway...
It's also like, didn't they pull funding or like pull down studies if the studies included words like women or female, etc.? So like all these areas, like not just like trans people, but just like women's health is just being like pushed down and suppressed. And it's like the system is already, like the medical field is already really bad when it comes to like female health. Like the stories that I heard from my cis friends is just insane. Where it's just like, oh, you're feeling moody, maybe you just need to be pregnant in order to fix all your issues. And it's like, what the fuck? But like the fact that all these studies are being pulled and like the focus is still, oh, we need to protect women from these evil trans women. It's just so insane because like, how do you not see what is happening?
Yeah.
How do you see, like, how are you so delusional to just believe the lies of the ones who want to like oppress you and abuse you?
Yeah. Anyway, let's take a look at this thing that RFK Jr. said, which is just wrong. Like, on so many levels, right? Well, let's put it back to the start. And let's take a listen. I don't know if it'll be at a good volume. Let's me turn it down a little bit.
Sure. This is an individual tragedy as well. Autism destroys families. More importantly, it destroys our greatest resource, which are our children. These are children who should not be suffering like this. These are kids who, many of them were fully functional and regressed because of some environmental exposure into autism when they're 2 years old. And these are kids who will never pay taxes, they'll never hold a job, they'll never play baseball, they'll never write a poem, they'll never go out on a date. Many of them will never use a toilet unassisted. And we have to recognize we are doing this to our children. Sir.
So yeah,
This is an individual.
that's what RFK said. I know autistic people who have done all of those things. I know autistic people that have paid taxes, they've had jobs, they've played baseball. I don't know if they played baseball. I'm not really in sporty crowds. But, like, I know autistic people that have written poems, that have gone out on dates, and I don't know about the toilet one, but I'm sure they can manage.
Yeah. Maybe it just got it from, like, Elon Musk or something. Like, it's just insane because, like, just because you're autistic doesn't mean you're, like, incapable of functioning, and also to insinuate that, like, they used to be good children and they now need to be fixed because they got the evil autism. Like, it's just insane. Like, it's this. It's what anti-vaxxers push a lot when it comes to, like, oh, my kid used to socialize really well and then they got a COVID vaccine and now they're isolating and non-verbal and all these things. And it's like, that's not really how it works. It's like, what the fuck are you even saying? It's it's just crazy.
Like, when it comes to autism, like, I get that it can get to the point where you'd wish that you were, neurotypical. I completely understand that. I know that, for me, I most likely have ADHD. Some people have said, like, there are people I've asked about autism, and they're like, yeah, you're definitely autistic. It's like, okay, thanks.
Same.
But
definitely neurodivergent.
Oh yeah, I am 100% neurodivergent in some way. I just don't know how. But it is one of those things where I would like to be able to function normally, at least to an extent. It is difficult as an adult to get on ADHD meds, and I don't think people talk about that. If you're a kid who wants to get on ADHD meds, or your parents want to get you on ADHD meds, it is a lot easier. And I kind of wish I had have been diagnosed, at least for something.
It's also really expensive.
Yeah.
Like, getting diagnosed with ADHD in order to get the meds. You can have, like, several screenings.
Yeah,
They was, like, being autistic.
I'd love to, like, have the money to be able to do that. It's like $1,000, and I don't think I'll quite have the same thing with taxes that allowed me to get my teeth fixed last year. So, it costs a lot of money, and not everyone has that money. I know people that that were able to get it because of various things that they might have had, but there are a lot of people that would like to, because it would help them function. It would help them be able to function at their job a lot better, maybe to the point where they'd be able to get a pay rise or something like that, but they can't do that. And
it's basically like you have poor eyesight, but you can't get a prescription for glasses, so you're just, like, trying to manage, but it's just, like, so much more difficult. and anytime you're struggling, all these people with good vision come along and they're like, well, everybody has something in their eye every now and then. That's not an excuse. It's like things are just so much harder if you're living outside of quote unquote the norm, like the group of people that society caters towards.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Like, a lot of people don't realize that when we like poverty, like if you are in poverty, it's so much harder to get out. People like to think that we live in a meritocracy, but no, we don't. There are things that, like, if you don't have the money for something, and I might have been using the word poverty a little liberally there, but like, if you don't have the money for something that is important, then it is so much harder to be able to get ahead. You have to work so much more because of the simple fact is if you don't, then you fall behind, whilst other people, they don't have to work as hard. You think about like people that get discriminated against, like in the workplace. They have to work harder in order to just get by in the workplace because they're the ones being scrutinized. It's especially true when you think about like immigrants, right? People that I've heard a job of someone who was from. I've heard a story, should I say, of someone who was from Brazil who had a job, and he was the one that was always told, "Oh, you got to work harder" and all that. He was the hardest working person there, but he was always the one that was told off. Never the people that weren't immigrants. And we don't often think about this because we like to think, oh, well, we've gotten past racism, we've gotten past all these prejudices that people have. But in reality, we haven't. A lot of people that might be neurodivergent, might be immigrants, might be of a different gender or sexuality, do have challenges that mean that they can't live in the same way that a straight white male can.
Yeah.
You know. And
I mean, isn't it also like the fact that when it comes to people getting jobs that they are underqualified for, they're not qualified for, it's not, it's not a woman of color, it's not a gay woman or whatnot. It's not a trans person. It's like the cis straight white man who's like benefiting from nepotism because they are getting, like, just look at the Trump administration. Like, people are being put in charge of things because I don't know, he liked that guy. Yeah, it's just
exactly.
They're worried about DEI and then they're putting people in charge who have no idea what they're talking about.
Have you heard the thing to do with Harvard? How they're wanting Harvard to get rid of DEI, but they want Harvard to have more diversity of, political diversity, it seems.
Oh, they don't want to fund like professors who are critical of the administration or something. Was that it?
It was more, you need more, I think it was called diversity of thought, which essentially amounts to, hey, hire more conservatives. Even though, like, it seems that when you are more educated, you become more liberal. Because it turns out that, liberalism is better than conservatism. I would say that.
I mean, it's just like you're becoming more progressive when you see, through, because like conservatives, etc., like the right, they are never based in facts. Everything they do is just feelings. But when you fact check certain things, you're going to find out the truth, and that's also why Trump is always getting so mad when people fact check him.
Yeah,
because it's like, well, you're calling me out. I'm just sharing my opinion. It should be my opinion. I should be able to like say whatever.
Yeah.
Like, how dare you fact check me? How dare you prove to the world that what I'm saying is incorrect?
And I'd
It's
say
just sad.
I would say that when it comes to when it comes to how where's I going? When it comes to political opinions, people like to treat opinions, like especially opinions on politics, like, oh, well, that's just my opinion. Who are you to disagree with it? And it's like, your opinion's wrong. I don't care if you think that it's just your opinion. If it's wrong, it is wrong. I am allowed to criticize you for being wrong. That shouldn't be a controversial statement.
So, like here in Germany, you're not allowed to, for example, deny that the Holocaust happened. It's a crime to deny the Holocaust. In the US, if someone says that, it's just like, well, that's just like my opinion. I should be free to say that, like free speech, haha, rah. But like, if you call that out, they get like so mad and they get like so offended, and they're like, well, you're just not seeing all sides of the coin, or you're not tolerating my opinion. And it's like, what you're saying is harmful, and it plants a seed that is like going to grow into something toxic, and that's why it needs to be like stopped so it doesn't spread. It needs to be cut off at the root. But like these right wingers boost each other, and they're like saying so much nonsense, like you can't even catch up with all the facts that you need to gather in order to dismantle that mountain of misinformation.
Definitely,
it's just being boosted to like 1 million people, and like the truth is just being suppressed. And it's like, oh, you're just like stuck in an echo chamber. You just never listen to our sides. You never hear us out. And it's like, we know your side.
Yeah, like,
we know what you're saying. Like, it's just wrong.
People like to I think it's especially prevalent when it comes to trans issues, because people like to act like they have all the information already, right? Like there's nothing more that needs to be added to the conversation. You know, XX means that you're a woman, and XY means that you're a man. And it's like, there's so much that misses, and not just when it comes to other variations on chromosomes, and the fact that you can have a missing, if you have XY chromosomes, you can still have a missing SRY gene, which means that you would develop as female. You know?
Like, the problem is, like, we don't check everyone's chromosomes. Like, a doctor observes the phenotypical sex characteristics and shoves you in a box. But, like, a lot of people don't know their intersex because their body just functions, quote-unquote, normal.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing wrong. Like, they only see, oh, someone is intersex based on they have ambiguous genitalia, or maybe there's, like, a surge in testosterone in, like, in a woman later on. And then it turns out, well, their ovaries actually testicles, etc. And they never knew. Like, and then people come along and they always look at like the statistics that you talk about intersex people, and they come along, well, these are just exceptions. But it's like, it is way rarer for someone to have red hair.
Yeah.
But like, we still don't go along and we teach that people only come with blonde or brown hair. We're not teaching people that there's just like this binary, and everybody who like falls out of that is just an exception. Like they say like a mutation, etc. And it's just so dehumanizing.
Yeah, like,
and
I mean,
like, I know my chromosomes, but most of the people who insist they know what my chromosomes are and what my chromosomes will always be. Like, they don't know their chromosomes, and also they don't fucking matter, because it's just like a blueprint to like tell your body to do certain things at certain stages while you're in like development.
Yeah, like I would say that like when it comes to a lot of the things that people like to there are people that will say, men are bad or whatever. And they'll say because of male aggression, yada, yada, yada. But like a lot of these things, I don't think they realize they're not a result of chromosomes. There will be like a social aspect to a lot of this. If you're socialized as a guy, then you may have been brought up with certain harmful behaviors. However, I'd say that a lot of trans people I know actually rejected the behaviors. I know for myself, like I was told, you need to be more sporty, and I am not a big fan of sports, especially not contact sports like rugby. Rugby is a big thing here in New Zealand, and to be told that I've got to be more sporty and I should be playing rugby was so annoying as a kid, because I did not like doing that. I was also very skinny as a kid. I'm still relatively skinny now. I need to put on more weight. But that aside, I think that a lot of what people attribute to things, like they like to pretend like all these trends are results of your chromosomes or whatever, or your gametes. But in reality, it's things like hormones. It's things like your environment. And I'd say that like hormones actually have a huge effect on the way that your brain works. Like,
yeah.
Like there is evidence that certain areas of the brain may change depending on what hormones you have in your body, and we know that even if we just say, okay, well, what effects do they have on like just different behaviors, we can say that like things like THC, LSD or whatever, they have like huge effects on the brain, right? So we can imagine that something like hormones would have slight effects on the brain. I know I've heard of like trans guys feeling like a bit more irritable after taking testosterone, or a bit more aggressive after taking testosterone, because it turns out that testosterone can do that.
Yeah, I mean, like, testosterone also suppresses other emotions, and like the only thing, like it boosts, it elevates like you being more agitated. And if you like keep bottling that up, like, it was so interesting to like start testosterone blockers and like slowly adjust everything, and like I was able to actually like reconnect with my emotions again. Not only because I stopped disassociating and stopped being numb, but also just because of hormones.
Yeah. Like, can you... Like, I the way that I experienced it was, after a while I noticed that, wait, why don't I feel anxious all the time? Like, it's hard to describe it, but I think the best feeling that I've got was like a kind of anxiety that had always persisted. And I thought it was just, this is a normal thing. To the point where I didn't really notice it until it was gone. It's like, wait, what was that thing that disappeared? That
yeah.
It's like tinnitus. I'm pretty sure I've got tinnitus, at least. Yeah, there's the high-pitched sound in my ear. Most of the time I can block it out. Most of the time I can just block it out and it's not there. But, like, it is always there. And it's only when I really think about it that I notice it. And I think that was the same with this kind of anxiety, is it was always there, and I didn't really notice it was there until it was no longer there, because it's like, well, this feels different. Why does it feel so different? Why was this feeling there and I never noticed it?
I had a friend give me ADHD meds, like a pill, just to like try it out, and I didn't really realize it, but once the effects started to wear off, I realized that I'm way less fluent when it comes to like speaking, because I'm not distracted as much. I'm way less, I was way less insecure when I was driving. Like, I was constantly second guessing myself if I'm going to take the right turn, or if I have to, if I have to switch lanes, etc. Like, I was constantly overthinking everything, and that's made a lot of mistakes and was really clumsy. And I also have like this tick where you just like random noises and
God, I need to try
meowing, etc.
And
it's just like stop. And the difference is like insane.
I need to like try ADHD meds, because I feel like for me it takes ages to record a video, because I'm constantly so when I do streams, you can tell that I pause and stumble over my words and all that kind of stuff. However, when it comes to videos, I try to not have that in unless it's like a certain part of the video, and it takes me ages to record a video. I would love to have ADHD meds so that I can get my videos done faster, so that it doesn't take me like 5 hours to record a 10-minute video. It's
also like I know that when it comes to ADHD meds, there's so many different versions. Like, you have to kind of find something that works for you, because there's some that make you feel worse. My girlfriend got the same medication. She just like tried it out, and they had like opposite effects basically, and just like things being way worse. So it's just like, for me it worked really well, but I only noticed it when the ADHD started kicking in again.
I'd love to just have less, like, I do love the creativity that comes with ADHD. Like, there are certain things that it's like, okay, this is a brilliant thing. So, like, for reading comments videos, I would just, like, be like, okay, we are ADHDing this. But for other videos, it's like, okay, I'd like to not get distracted by every tiny thing. Especially given that I often tend to look into every little claim that someone makes. And that can take a while. Like the Russell Brand video that I released recently. That was something where it was just like, I was looking to every little thing that he said. Like, even if it really had no relevance, like the whole thing about organic foods. And it's like, well, I vaguely remembered a KirksGesacht video. I looked into some of the things that I remembered. I also decided, actually, I'll check out the KirksGesacht video and make sure I reference it. See if there's anything that I've missed, and it's like, okay, and there were a few things that I had not remembered from it. So it's one of those things where I feel like I just go down rabbit holes very easily and get distracted from the actual video and the actual points that I want to make.
I have that problem, like, in a different way. Like, sometimes I want to say something, but I haven't really thought out the way that I want to like phrase things.
Same.
So I'm just like stopping mid-sentence, and then I'm just like trying to reword it and continue doing it. And it's just like, when I edit my videos, like, I'm basically just taking stream segments And most of the time, I'm just like playing games to have like a little bit of like background noise while doing things. But I have sometimes moments where there are constant jump cuts because I just have like one word, a really long pause, another really long pause, and it just like keeps going. And other times I speak slower than I think, and then I'm just like stumbling over my words. And that didn't really happen when I had the meds, and it's just so insane how like you're playing on hard mode, but you think that is just like the norm. But then you have like a medication that like puts you on the same level as others, and it's just like, this is so much easier. Like, why is it so difficult for me? I think to like circle also like back to that, it's the same with like the DEI. Like, if you are a group that isn't privileged, you have to work so much harder. And if you were on the same playing field, like your qualifications would be way more than just enough to like get certain jobs, etc.
Yeah.
So
I remember as a kid being told you need to speak with less and ahs, and I remember.
Yeah.
I also remember one person pointing out that hey, when he speaks, obviously they used he, him back then, but when he speaks with about something that he's interested in, that and ahs all just disappear. So it's obviously something to do with interest. And yeah, I think that was part of it, but I also think that there's just a lot always going on in my brain. And so when I'm particularly interested in something, I will be able to form coherent sentences fairly easy about it because I want to talk
You're like
about
in
that.
the zone.
Yeah, well, that's on my mind, right? Whereas if I'm being made to talk about a certain thing that I maybe don't really want to talk about, there'll be like 500 other things on my mind, and that will be distracting me from the thing that I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Even sometimes when I'm talking about things that I want to talk about, I still get distracted by the 500 other things.
It always reminds me of this like flow state where you're just like, you're in the zone and you're like actually focusing for once on something that you really want to do, and you really like, when I talk about a lot of like trans topics or share my own experiences, a lot of the things I have thought about it so many times that I'm at a point where I can say it like coherently for the most part. Like, I still get distracted a lot, but still it's way easier for me to speak about things than when it's just like something new, or like when I'm reading something. I struggle so much with reading things. Like, I don't think I'm like dyslexic. It's just like I skip over words because I like autocomplete the sentence and then it's like wrong. And I have to like go back.
I have had that so much when I'm reading. Oh, that disappeared. When I am reading something and like a message or something, and I'll just autocomplete the message, and I'll see a message like this actually happened very recently. Someone sent the word some, and I thought my brain auto-completed it to someone, and I was like, okay. And then like later on I realized, oh wait, no, that didn't say someone. That sentence works perfectly fine as if you use the word some, and it's like, okay, my bad. But like it happens all the time, and it can be embarrassing when it does happen, and I misunderstand things. But also, Orion Cooper in chat says, "Hey, look, a distraction!" And yeah, I have a distraction here because I love this thing that I can do. Let me. I'm hoping that it works this time.
Tiny donation, but love to both. May 1st is 1 YHRT.
Hell yeah. That was from Caitlin Fisher for $2. Yeah, it's always fun to reach those milestones. I've been on HRT for 2 years, and it's one of those things where it's like, doesn't feel like 2 years, but it's like, I'm happy it has been 2 years.
Yeah. I've been on HRT for almost 3 years now, but like the first year I had the wrong dosage prescribed to me. I had like 5 times too high of my testosterone blocker and like 10 times too low of my estrogen. So like my hormones were completely wrecked, and I thought like, oh, it's just the adjustment period. Like my endocrinologist, like I've been doing blood tests every 2 months. Like obviously they're going to like tell me if something is wrong, but they never did. And I was just like struggling. I couldn't work anymore because my body wasn't functioning. I was like exhausted. I was just like, oh, I gotta push through. I gotta just like work harder. And it's just like, no, I'm basically menopausal. And all the things that I'm like dealing with are caused because of like hormonal imbalances.
Yeah, like I would like it if they like I understand that there are safeguards there to try and protect people, right? But like I feel like those safeguards are often overly safe to the point where it's like, hey, this would be better if hopefully that's
reconnected.
Okay. Where it's like, these things would be better if you just allowed people a little more freedom. Like, I think progesterone is a big one where it's like, in New Zealand, they refuse to go above 100 milligrams. And like, I kind of get jealous of the people in America who can get like 400 milligrams of progesterone, which is probably way too high because I hear about how feral it makes people, but it's like,
yeah,
I probably wouldn't want that every day, but like, it would be nice to have a little more progesterone in my system.
Did you know, like in Thailand, you can get over-the-counter testosterone, estrogen, and progesterone because it's not classified as a performance-enhancing drug?
Oh.
So you can just like go in there and get it. Like the reason why it's handled in that way is because it's classified as performance enhancing.
Yeah. How is
even getting HRT if you're trans is so difficult.
Yeah, like he and this goes back to something that we've been talking about earlier, and that is when it comes to things like ADHD meds.
Yeah.
So when it comes to ADHD meds, it's like people say that the reason why kids shouldn't be allowed to have puberty blockers is because they can't make that choice. Yet ADHD meds, they're allowed those. They're not too young to make. Like, it's actually easier in New Zealand, at least, to get ADHD meds as a kid than as an adult, because testing as an adult costs like $1,000, whereas I believe getting tested as a kid is like really cheap and stuff. And I did get tested, but like there were some issues with that. They said my parents were like claiming that no, he doesn't have ADHD, he has ADD, and it's like just because I'm not like physically hyperactive doesn't mean my brain is hyper.
Oh my god. My mom actually told me that I don't have ADHD because I'm not like just constantly wiggling around on my chair. Like I'm not hyperactive. I'm not like constantly running around, and that's why they never got me tested. And it's like that's not how it works.
Yeah, and
like, that's not how it works.
Like my brain is.
Did you also know? Sorry. Did you also know that when it comes to testing someone if they are autistic, they're like gender-based questions where it's like girls or women are underdiagnosed when it comes to autism because the gender is a factor. And apparently, like, you having a special interest as a girl is not a sign of being autistic, but if you're a boy, that is a sign of being autistic. It's like, how does that make sense?
Yeah, like, I have met people who would have... Like, I actually have met someone who would have not been diagnosed with autism had she... had it not been for her parents, she wouldn't have been diagnosed, because of the simple fact is the doctors just would have considered, oh, well, this is quote unquote normal girl behavior, and it's like, well, no, she's actually autistic. You're just not picking up on the signs because you think that autism is normal girl behavior, apparently.
It's like things like masking too, where it's like, when you because like the way a lot of young girls etc. are being socialized is like way different than a lot of boys are being socialized.
Oh yeah,
it's like you already learn how to mask. And so that is like a sign that you're not autistic if you're a girl. So you actually have to like tell them to leave out the gender based stuff, or like the fact that gender doesn't factor into your result.
Yeah.
And I had like a story where someone was like telling that to the person doing the screening, and they were like confused in the start, and then they were like shocked by the result that it made such a huge difference to factor in like gender.
Yeah.
And it was to like remove it.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of things are very much a lot of things need to be tested. Not tested, changed how we do them. Just simply because we have these ideas that are mostly from the past of how things should be and stuff like that. And it's like, well, actually, no, that's not how things should be. And in fact, there was something that I did want to bring up. But firstly, I'm going to play Jess on Super Chat. I love being able to press the button.
Cleaner.
For $20 Australian. And hi, Jason, how you doing? How is everyone doing? I actually didn't... You know what? I actually didn't mention what I did on Sunday. I started the stream with that, and yeah, you know, Princess and the Frog, I watched that. It was a fun... Well, without getting too much into it, I watched some... I actually can't remember much of the movie. But, like, Friends on the Other Side is a banger song, by the way. Although I had heard that song before I watched the movie. Still, love the villain in it. Anyway, I need to reshare my screen again, so let me do that. And let me share screen. Okay. There was actually something that I saw about dating, right? So the New York Post says Gen Z women are choosing older men over guys their own age, and it's not because they're sugar daddies. And a response that I saw quotes the article saying, according to 19-year-old Lisa, who's dating someone in his late 20s and sat down with the outlet, I'd go on the odd date with someone my age, and more often than not, it would end up in a straight-up argument when he started saying Andrew Tate makes good points. Her boyfriend, super chill, a feminist, and weirdly, so are most of his mates. He missed all of the manosphere stuff, and it shows. And I think that, yes, there are, like, gendered there are some gendered traits that people have, but a lot of it is just learned. Especially like when it comes to trust me, guys do not have an inbuilt Andrew Tate worshipping thing. You know?
It's just like the problem is like they see how disconnected they are from other people, but it's just like general loneliness through like social media, etc. And companies like these people want to exploit that. They literally just like push people away, isolate people in order to exploit what they're doing, sell them like these courses to get like 100 Tinder matches. And it's just like, it's not about finding a real connection. It's not like generally connecting to like with other people. It's just about like, well, women are just not, doing what I say, and they're not, when I invite them to dinner, they're not falling on their knees for me and do whatever. But like, it's just about, they don't want to fix the male loneliness epidemic. They don't want to fix any of that. They literally just want to exploit it.
Yeah, like...
And because they're just like so young and impressionable, and they see, well, I'm unhappy, and then I see women, I guess I see men, my role models talk about how women are just like, they can't make real decisions, etc. So it's like, but they still get everything handed to them because they're pretty, and then it's just like a lot of resentment.
Yeah, like when it comes to this kind of stuff, firstly, liking Andrew Tate is not going to help you at all. Like if you if you even bring up Andrew Tate on a first date, like, can you imagine if I for whatever reasons decided to start dating cis guys, and like maybe some of them are cute, that would be true, but if I decide to start dating a cis guy and first date he brings up Andrew Tate, I am getting the fuck out of there. You'd hear me go, I'd do the classic, I gotta use the bathroom, and then get out of there as soon as possible, because it is something that is a really terrible thing to just bring up Andrew Tate that. It's because okay, firstly, if someone brings up Andrew Tate, let's say you're looking for a let's say you're a woman looking for a monogamous relationship, and the person brings up Andrew Tate. That's a sign that he's going to cheat. That is 100% a sign that in a year, maybe 5 years, he is going to be cheating on you. And the reason is because he doesn't think that women have value after a certain age. That's a big indicator. Whereas if someone, if you don't bring up Andrew Tate, that's probably... I hate that not bringing up Andrew Tate is the bar that you've got to clear, but
Isn't it also that even conservative women don't want to date conservative men? And
that wouldn't surprise me.
On another note, how transphobia is such a why that is such a huge red flag for a lot of cis women, because they know how transphobes are going to view them.
Yeah,
how they view womanhood.
When it comes to when it comes to I have a comment about the conservative women not wanting to date conservative men. I feel like conservative men don't want to, like, they'll gladly hook up with a conservative man, but they'll not want to date them. Although that might have a few other reasons. But yeah, like, it's one of those things where, like, conservative men are very off-putting because conservatives, like, okay, so when it comes to, like, if you are a leftist or a liberal, I find that some people, their politics will invariably make their way into other things, right? Into just general conversation. But oftentimes you can just have a conversation with someone who's left-wing or, liberal, and it'll just be, let's talk about this, that, or the next thing. Whereas with conservatives, eventually they're going to bring up DEI. Eventually they're going to bring up why they think Trump is God Emperor or whatever. And yeah, it's...
I sent you a link to a study where it's basically about, like, how young women don't want to date, like, Trump supporters or Republicans.
Okay. Let me copy
and,
that.
I mean, like, the sample size is rather small, so take it with a grain of salt, but it's like, it was from 2016, and I think this only must have gotten bigger.
Oh yeah, well, people are now talking about the, male loneliness epidemic, which I don't think is just male loneliness. I think it's like a general sense of loneliness that people have. Because, like, I remember, like, not too long ago, there was, like, this thing where people were like, it's easy to not be lonely as a woman. Like, there are plenty of guys that would want to get with you. And it's like, go on Grindr, my dude. There will be plenty of guys that will want to get with you there. And I feel like a lot of people don't realize that, yeah, there are plenty of guys that would want to get with you. And, like, here's the thing. Since transitioning, yeah, there are a lot of guys that want to get with me. That number has gone up a lot, and a lot of them will and the funniest thing is there will be some of them that will be like, yeah, I'm completely straight, but I've had a few drinks, so I'm still straight. It's like, dude.
Oh god, that's what a lot of, like, straight girls also do. It's just like, I'm not gay, I'm not a lesbian, but I'm going to make out with my girlfriends if we have a few drinks. And it's like, it's so weird.
Yeah.
It's such a weird thing.
Yeah, like if
I don't know, gives me any...
Honestly, like, if a guy is being like, I'm straight, but if I have a few drinks, I'd be like, yeah, you're not the type of guy that I want to get with. Like...
Oh, yeah.
Because, like, there's like a lot of issues there, but
it's also like, if you date as a trans woman and a guy comes to you and it's like, you're best of both worlds. I was like, God damn it, that's such a huge red flag. Or, like, depending how they answer when they how you answer, or, like, when they answer, when they question you, Jesus Christ, I can't speak. When they question you and ask about if you had bottom surgery or not, like, the way they react depending on your answers also pretty telling. A lot of times, so I've heard, at least. I don't really use dating apps. I'm in a relationship, and I found my partner through TikTok. So,
I don't know how to respond to that.
He got me a collar. Like, that's just how it works.
I mean, Like, I've met like cool people through dating apps, but like, I have met one person on Grindr who asked, "Are you plan a walk?" And they're a really cool person.
Oh.
But like, that's like the closest. Maybe. Oh, that's probably the closest I've ever come to that.
It's okay. I don't know how interested you are in this story, but it's just basically I used to upload a lot of TikToks, and I was like, I made a throne and I put like a shock collar on it, and he found my content and funded it and was like starting out, so he was like helping me out and was like in the community, etc. And we got to know each other. We were playing a lot of Final Fantasy, and I don't know, it's been a lot of fun. Sadly, it's in Canada, so meeting up is always a little bit tricky.
Yeah,
but
that's always
it's kind of funny because like my girlfriend I also found through VTubing, which is so like I basically started dating people who were in my community or how I collab, but I never really used like dating apps because I always had like so much dysphoria. Where like now after basically 6 years, I'm at a point where I'm like, okay, I'm more comfortable with having intimacy in real life as well, and it's not just like online stuff.
Yeah,
and it feels pretty nice, but it's also when we like met up, it was like really shocking how lonely I actually was.
Okay.
And what I basically missed out on all these years by isolating myself and like dealing with gender dysphoria.
What you do is you just find a guy at a bar. Though it can be awkward when you do see like a cute guy at a bar, and it's like, and you manage to grab his attention. You just have to like look at them enough, and they'll come over. And then you're like, okay, how do I like mention that I'm trans before like anything else? But yeah,
I don't know. I was always like scared of it because I was like I was really neglecting myself, my body, and like you don't know what you're missing out on. Like you don't know how touch-stuffed you are when you've never really had any form of intimacy because of like severe dysphoria, and it's just like that is actually like the main thing that like bottom surgery fixed for me is just like being able to look at my body and just like being more comfortable, being more me, and I always felt so jealous of cis women when it comes to like dating, because like I didn't want to date as, I don't know, a gay man or a non-passing trans woman or all these things. I just wanted to be here, seen as a woman, and I was like, I had like a lot of internalized transphobia to work through to get to like a point where I was actually able to view myself as a woman. So
yeah, and I think that it is one of those things.
I guess that's why I did like online.
Yeah.
Long distance, yeah.
Yeah, for me, like, I've always preferred, like, in-person intimacy, because it's, but I feel like the way I have been intimate since starting estrogen has been very much, I very much like things like cuddles now, whereas back, way back, I would have preferred other stuff. But, like, cuddles are so much better now, and it's like, I get it. Like,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, like, I think...
Also, oh my god, I wanted to ask you.
Yeah?
Do you notice that your smell changed when it comes to like smelling men?
Oh, when it comes to other people, I actually haven't noticed that much.
Yeah.
I
No? Okay.
I do
I go
know.
feral. Maybe it's progesterone.
I don't know. Like, I think I prefer like smells that I find familiar. Yeah, like if someone has a familiar, like if a smell is familiar, then it's like I like that smell. Whereas if whereas like if it's not too familiar, I might be like, I think like although I do notice that people that haven't been on testosterone have a very different smell to people that are on testosterone. It's like partial. I think like some of it is in the hair, but it's also like in other parts of the body as well. I noticed that especially for me, like certain things smell very different, especially if I've been eating certain foods.
Yeah. I know like a friend of mine who has also been on estrogen for a really long time, and she was like, she can't stand being around her guy friends anymore. Because she just like doesn't, she just can't stand the boy smell.
Yeah, I haven't really noticed that, but like I guess I guess like I've noticed like other smells like a little more. So maybe, I don't know. As Templar Warden in chat says, biology be wild.
Yeah, it's like difficult to tell because it's not a switch. It's just like gradually changing, kind of.
Yeah, I've known people that have started estrogen and then the like start like the bed smells like it's a different person. And they're like, "What's going on here?" And it's like, "Oh yeah, estrogen changes like the scent that you give off." And people don't realize that, and it's such a big thing. I think that people just don't realize because they're like, oh well, they think that your scent or whatever is like down to your chromosomes or like other stuff, and it's like, no, well, actually, a lot of stuff is changed by hormones, from your scent to muscle mass to like just internal feelings, obviously, to other things like
even
breasts.
like temperature.
Oh yeah,
like how you like when you shower, for example. Like I feel like I'm way colder, or like way more sensitive to heat or cold.
Yeah,
I basically just need like room temperature showers.
I am a lizard now. I don't have it. Like, I need the temperature in my room to be a decent temperature, otherwise I'll freeze. And we're heading into winter. We're heading into winter, but fortunately I have a way to maybe help with that. It's called a heat pump in my room, but if that fails, then I've maybe got other ways. We'll see.
You need a heated blanket.
Oh, I also have one of them, but I never use it.
Yeah. What I really like is I have a weighted blanket, and it just like traps a lot of. It kind of traps a lot of body heat. I can't lie.
Yeah, I had to take my blanket off to an extent. Although I was wearing an hoodie that. Oh, something crashed. I was wearing an hoodie that traps a lot of heat, but apparently that hoodie makes me comfy as well. So yeah. So things happen, but because I got distracted, I'm going to play the next super chat, and then I want to. There's other things that I need to talk about. Like I need to make sure that everything in the description gets talked about before the stream ends. So let's play the next super chat from Present99.
Just
Can I
came here,
rush
and I
to
was
the bathroom
recently
right
on
quick?
Easter with the husband of my sister. He thinks that
okay.
Trump
I'll
is
be
doing
right back.
everything right, and it doesn't matter what you say, he's right, like the best flirfs. I'm ashamed of my family, TBH.
Yeah, that's like a big thing. Like people think that Trump's doing everything right, even though he flip-flops on almost a daily basis. It's like, oh, the tariffs are coming, the tariffs aren't coming, the tariffs are coming, the tariffs aren't coming. If the tariffs are coming, it's good because we're going to manufacture in the US. But if the tariffs aren't coming, then it's good because the art of the deal. It's just so much of just trying to justify why he's always in the right, rather than actually being, actually having a good reason for doing those things. It's and there's just so much of it. I'll get up the next thing that we're gonna. I'll bring up the next thing that we're gonna talk about because, the White House, for example. So the White House has been conspiracy posting, and this isn't the only conspiracy posting that they've done. There's a bit, but they talk about these tattoos that, and I don't. There's a lot of information that I hear about this, so I don't know if Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a gang member or whatnot, or what the entire situation is there. But if there was more evidence than just his tattoos, then I think the White House would post it. Because that's the whole thing. Is people
Back.
Oh, welcome back. We're on to talking about the tattoos on Kilmar Abrego Garcia's knuckles. So the way that they've basically they've taken the marijuana leaf to be the M in MS-13, which I that's fine. That's reasonable. Then the smiley face is supposed to be the S because it starts with S, and that's a little less reasonable. The cross is a 1 apparently, and then the skull is a 3 because apparently it has 3 holes. And it's I can prove that Donald Trump is in the Illuminati. That is the energy that the White House is giving off, and it's just so it's such conspiratorial energy.
Oh wait.
If you had more evidence, you wouldn't need to resort to this. Especially since I've seen a lot of people saying that a lot of MS-13 members just have MS-13 tattooed on them. It's not like they're trying to be covert about it. But yeah, it's just conspiratorial energy, and it's... I have problems... honestly, I don't really care whether he's an MS-13 or not. I have problems with the fact that he wasn't given due process. and that he was like,
Oh yeah.
I hear people in the administration saying, "Oh well, he had to be deported because of there was an order for him to be deported," and it's like, I'm pretty sure the order didn't say to like a prison that I forget how people describe it. Some people describe it as a gulag, and it's like, I'm pretty sure the order didn't say to deport him to a prison where he's to spend he's probably going to spend the rest of his life if nothing gets done about it.
It's a concentration camp.
Yeah, it's one of.
Didn't also like the White House Twitter account tweet like an article and like like from the New York Times where they like crossed out wrongly.
Oh
and,
yeah.
Maryland man, and it's MS-13 illegal alien who is never coming back, and it's like you were ordered by the court to like make sure that he comes back.
Yeah, and like this is we're at the point where I think we're about to see what happens, and I think Trump is trying to push it, and I think the reason is because he wants to be like, okay, well, what are you going to do? If he can show that you can't do anything, then that's it. A lot of people are going to just roll over and give up once he says, oh, well, you can't do anything. And I think that's what he's pushing for. He's pushing for, you can't do anything about this, I'm in charge. And
yeah,
like let's say that the courts do something. Let's say that the courts try to dismantle this administration. I think that they have to go after the people that are responsible. They can't go after Trump because it's all official actions or whatnot. So they have to go after the Department of Justice or Homeland Security. I can't remember which department it is, but they have to go after the people there that are organizing this thing. Okay, well, Trump just pardons them. He can. I don't know if that's legal or not, and you might see some legal challenges to like the pardons, but like Trump just pardons them.
Didn't Trump and his lawyer also say that they're like above the law, above the court, and like argued that way? It's just
something like that.
Like he wants to be a king so badly.
Yeah, like I really wish the whole world would just switch to New Zealand's system of politics, where the person running the country cannot just unilaterally make decisions. Basically, there are some decisions that can be made by the Prime Minister and their cabinet, but those are usually for like emergency things. So, for example, COVID-19 lockdowns. They didn't have to pass a bill or whatever to enact that. They just said, okay, well, we're doing this because it's very important that we get this under control, and we did very well for a while. So,
like it's just insane that there's like the systems that are in check are just like being ignored, and there's nothing you can. Like nobody can do anything because the what is it? The people who are like enforcing the law, like, not the legislator, but the what is that? What's that part?
The judicial branch.
Yeah, like they're all being basically like controlled, like the ones who are like executing the rulings of courts. It just doesn't matter.
I'm not entirely sure the thing that you're talking about, but because I know that there's the executive, the legislative, and the judicial, and they're supposed to all have equal power. But like, because like, here's the thing: Congress could just impeach Trump. They could just do it. They could just impeach him. But are they going to? Probably not, because the Republicans are the majority in Congress.
Yeah, the executive enforcement of judicial orders.
Yeah. I think...
is that what I meant?
Templar Warden is talking about the Department of Justice. Like how they're
Aren't
being told
they being dismantled, more or less, too? The DOJ? Oh, yeah. I might be getting things mixed up.
Yeah. It's
U.S. government stuff is so confusing to me. I'm not gonna lie. It's a lot, especially because I don't live there.
Yeah.
So.
Like, I understand a bit about it, but like, it's one of those things where I get particularly annoyed at all these people in the US, like, defending Trump and all that. Well, and like, a lot of people say, oh, well, you don't live here, so why are you worried about it? And it's like, because, like, I get paid in US dollars. If Trump is gonna crash the value of the dollar, I don't get paid as much. I like to be able to eat.
Yeah.
I like to be able to pay rent. But if I cannot because some dipshit who's running the US has decided, well, we're just going to make it cost... we're just going to make everything cost more in the US and devalue the dollar so that everyone who relies on money that comes from the US can't live. He's basically making the whole world worse. And you know what? Devaluing the US dollar does? It means that as a kind of... The US has trillions of dollars in debt, right? And part of that debt is based on the fact that they can get their money back. But if they've put money in and then the value of the dollar goes down, and so they're not going to get as much money back or whatever, or as much value back from it. It's like, why would people invest in US, I think it's bonds or something? They're just not going to invest in the US. Good luck being able to pay for everything without people actually investing. Maybe that's what they're trying to do. Maybe they're trying to stop people from investing. But like, if China sells off their debt, like their US bonds or whatever, then that's going to be
That's really bad.
Yep. And that's the nuclear option that China has been considering. And I'm like, oh God, why did we let someone in who's just going to like start trade wars with everyone? I mean, it wasn't my choice. It was like everyone else, and I'm like just sitting here horrified because like I get a lot of money from not a lot of money, but I get enough money to live from the US, at least for now. And it's like I think what I was like getting at was how like the Trump admin fired the DOJ officials who worked on criminal investigations of the president, like the Gen 6 cases. Oh yeah. I remember that now.
So like he can just like get rid of everyone who like opposes him apparently, and I don't know. There's just like apparently no safeguard in place.
Yeah,
as far as I know.
And like,
and like, how do you like, what do you do about someone who just like goes against the Constitution, goes against like everything the country is basically like built upon?
Well, you are.
There's just like nothing in place.
You're supposed to be able to impeach them, but like everything's just so bipartisan, politics are so partisan that it's like, well, the Republicans won't impeach him because they've got to be loyal to their guy, and the Democrats are useless, and also not having a lot of power. Let's be real. And so it's one of those things where Trump's basically in charge of the whole country. And like going back to one of the earlier things that I talked about, like with like border things, like I don't think it's just him like making the country worse. I think there's a lot of people like Border Patrol that that feel emboldened by what he's saying, right? It's like, oh well, Trump's in charge, we can do whatever we want, whereas they might not get away with that if Trump wasn't in charge. And like it's easy to attribute it to Trump like ordering people to deport as many people at the border as he can, but it's like even tourists, let's crash our tourism industry. But it's like I don't think it's that. I think it's just like some of the worst people are in positions where they have authority over like certain things, and they're choosing to exercise that a little more liberally, for lack of a better word, than they would have otherwise, because they just feel like they have that power. It's like having a power trip, right? There are people that have that. Also, I want to talk about another thing here, because I mentioned conspiracy posting. Have you seen this? Wait, is Nyara's...
I never clicked on the URL.
You never clicked on the URL?
I never clicked on the URL.
Well, let's find out together, shall we? Yeah, well, because you think, oh, well, this is going to give you a virus. But like...
Yeah.
let's go there.
I think they're going to find out all my woke mind virus thoughts.
Have a look at this. Let it... as Elon Musk likes to say, let that sink in.
Is that on stream?
Yeah, I should be sharing to you as well.
Yeah, my YouTube, like the YouTube stream for me kind of froze. So.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm also like sharing through Discord. So yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah.
They're conspiracy posting. You have conspiracy theorists in power. Like this is like it's like 1 degree of separation from having a flat earther in power. Like, imagine if, like, tomorrow you went to NASA and NASA's website, and it was like, the real shape of the Earth. Like, that's... I would... If that happened, like, yes, I would check the date, make sure it's not April 1st, but then I would also be like, holy shit, why did people vote for this? I would not be at all surprised if that were to happen, like, tomorrow. I mean, I'd be a little bit surprised, but, like, that's just me wanting to be optimistic that it doesn't actually happen.
Can you imagine Elon Musk's SpaceX reveals that the Earth is actually flat and
that would be...
we have never... honestly...
I would scream.
At this point. Yeah.
I would scream if that happened. I would just be like... Because there would be a lot of flat earthers that would be like, just eat it up, even though, like, it's like, we've got conspiracy theorists in charge. Like, you've literally got this page here talking about the lab leak hypothesis, which, as though it's like something that's been verified or something. Like, they've got here one...
Was that the conspiracy that, like, COVID was raised in a lab and then, like, sent out to the world in order to, like, harm?
Yeah, so...
is that one?
Here's they've got 5 points here. 1, the virus possesses a biological characteristic that is not found in nature.
What?
Like, what, like, firstly, what characteristic is that? Secondly,
So
secondly, like, how do you determine that it's not found in nature? Especially since, like, you know, mutations happen. It could mutate into something that you don't normally find. That's a possibility. And yeah, someone said citation. I think that means either crustacean needed or citation needed. But it's one of those things where, like, they don't have any sources for this. You might think
I think that is like the problem that like makes me so mad is because like I had a talk a while ago, a stream with someone who is like transphobic and pushes a lot of like transphobic rhetoric, and like every point that I made, I was like backing up with studies and like showing everything, and they literally just went like no and said like awful things. And when you look at their chat, it's just like, well, Nyara actually never made really good points that were convincing, and like the studies are also like untrue because they're being paid by scientists, and it's like all based on like you're giving them so much information, so many resources, and they can literally just like make things up, and because it aligns with their ideology, with their thought process, they're just like not going to question it. There's no critical thinking, and that makes me so like that's so frustrating because like I want to educate, I want to like clear up a lot of misconceptions and confusions, but like how do you explain these things to people who are so anti-science, who are so pro conspiracy, who are so pro like, oh, this authority that I worship is saying these things, you know?
Yeah, and it's really hard to figure out what to do because like that's why flat earthers, like, you can't cite NASA for anything because they'll just be like, oh, it's fake, it's all CGI. Even if Dave McKeegan does like a brilliant job of like actually going through and explaining why it's not fake, why it's not CGI, why this actually is like real, you still get flat earthers saying it's all fake, it's all CGI. They did ray tracing, even though like that's just a word that they decide to use. Anyway, let's go through the other point. Number 2. Data shows that all COVID-19 cases stem from a single introduction into humans. This runs contrary to previous pandemics where there are multiple spillover events. And that's...
Didn't they come from bats or something?
Yeah, like, humans don't... If it came from bats, like, humans don't interact with bats that much. And also, if you have something that spreads very rapidly, like COVID-19 seemed to, then you can understand why it might come from a human who has interacted with a source of the thing, and then a source of the virus, and then they spread it to other humans, and quickly it becomes like a 99.9% human-to-human thing. Why did my page crash again? That's weird. And then it says here, Wuhan is home to China's foremost SARS research lab, which has a history of conducting gain-of-function research, gene-altering and organism supercharging at inadequate biosafety levels. And it's like, okay, let's say that that's all true. Let's just assume that it's true. That doesn't mean that it came from there, right? If it was really such a dangerous thing, then, because, you know, a lot of people will say, oh, it's so was like came from a lab, but then they were also downplaying it at the same time. You know, it's like,
it's just basically you're pushing a lie and then you're saying things that sound smart, and these people are just going to like eat it up, regurgitate it, and it just like spreads. And like, if you have like conversations with people, what I typically like to do is trying to figure out like a root cause of why they think that way, and instead of like being on the superficial level, because it's just like if there's no basis where you agree on, like, if you don't agree with me that 1 + 1 = 2, like, how am I going to explain to you, like, taking the square root of something, or algebra in general? Like, there needs to be like a fundamental basis, and there also needs to be like a level of trust and like open-mindedness from that person. And I think a lot of people are just like too far gone, and they read these things and it's like, yep, I knew it.
Yeah,
I knew it. It's just China. That's just what it is.
I just saw
just made it.
I just saw point number 4. You ready for this? Wuhan Institute of Virology researchers were sick with COVID-like symptoms in the fall of 2019, months before COVID-19 was discovered at the wet market. COVID-like symptoms? You mean, flu-like symptoms? Like...
They had COVID-19 in before COVID-19, and
like it's like, okay, so like they often say how similar COVID is to the flu. So was it like flu symptoms? You know, that thing that existed before COVID-19 and still exists to this day, and like somehow, despite COVID-19 being so bad, so transmissive, somehow they were able to contain it.
Yeah.
For months.
And it's like, isn't it also like the coronavirus that has basically like, it's like constantly evolving?
Oh yeah. But also
like,
somehow for months they managed to not get it. Like, these people got sick with it, apparently, according to this website. People got sick, but for some reason they were able to contain it until later on in the year.
It was called SARS. Oh, okay. Yeah.
And then number 5, they say, by nearly all measures of science, if there was evidence of a natural origin, it would have already surfaced. But it has. It has! They've tested water. Like, if it came from a natural origin, you'd find it in, like, wastewater and stuff. Or like, water things and stuff. And they did that. And they found that, oh, yeah, like, we found in the water COVID-19. Whereas if it came from like a virology lab, then you wouldn't expect to see that. It's just so.
I mean, it's also like because it's like RNA, it constantly evolves, and it's like really, really trial and error. And it just happened to mutate in such a way that it's like really effective and spread so much.
It's just.
But it's just like, where are the sources? Like,
I don't know. They've got this like.
Nearly all measures of like, how do you like back that up? Like, how do you make such a claim about science? All measures of science. Like, that is also like the problem. These people are so anti-education, anti-science, and then they like use buzzwords in order to make themselves seem credible. Like, all these institutions doing studies, doing research, etc., they're all corrupt and bad. But like, whatever they have, that is the real science.
Yeah. Like, they've got this report here, and it's like, no one's going to read the report.
No one's reading that.
It's 557 pages long. So they're just going to take the summary here and use that. But like, if
it's like not reading an article, but just like basing your opinion off of the title. It's like clickbaity.
Yeah. And it's like, I I can understand, like, because apparently this started started in 2023 or something. So I can understand, like, giving weight to this. But, like, I'm not going to read the whole thing. Like, I'd rather go to the conclusion wherever that is and just see what the conclusion that they reached was. Yeah. And maybe it might be that the conclusion agrees or disagrees with what was said here. But, like, who's going to read that? Like,
it's also like who made the report. You need to have such a huge amount of knowledge on the topic in order to see through, like, to not miss a lot of the claims that are just like misinformation or like facts that are being twisted into something else. Like, you need to have so much knowledge. Like, who's going to?
Yeah,
it's difficult to like see through it.
Yeah, very much so. And, like, the people that often do these kinds of things are conspiracy theorists themselves, so they're going to pick evidence that supports them. If one is going to truncate a study, read the conclusion, not the summary. I don't know where the summary is, and I wouldn't even call this a study. It's just like a report. And we know reports can be biased. Like, well, I know reports can be biased because of, like, the CAS review or CAS report or whatever it's
the
called.
CAS review. Yeah. Didn't, like, even the person who made it say that they like, people came to the wrong conclusion, so the report was, like, kind of bad? And isn't, like, the Trump admin working on their own version of, like, a CAS review?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, this is also going to be, like, really bad. Like, they're probably going to drop, instead of covid.gov, it's strands.gov, and it's just, like, the same BS being like, 20,000 out of 21,000 trans people actually, like, predators and in prison. And it's like, you know, you have to go through so much to debunk it, but, like, who's going to give you the benefit of the doubt if they're already, like, too deep?
Because a lot of people point to the CAS review and say, look, this proves it, even though, like, the CAS review was recommending, like, things that were completely bullshit. I can easily just look at the CAS review and go, well, look, it was recommending double-blind studies. You cannot do that with HRT. Like, you cannot do that with puberty blockers. Yeah. Like, maybe you can do it to some extent with puberty blockers, but it will only work for a bit, because once you notice that, oh, I'm still going through puberty, you're going to realize that, oh, I have been given the placebo. Because as it turns out, you cannot stop puberty with just pure willpower. That's not...
Didn't also, like, the CAS review dismiss reports or, like, studies from people because it turned out, like, the person were pro-trans because of the studies that they made? So it's like, oh, this is biased, so we're going to, like, dismiss it.
Yeah, that sounds about... That probably... I wouldn't be surprised. But, like, even, like, when it comes to this kind of stuff... It's like, you do have to talk to people that are pro-trans. Like, I feel like the problem is, with a lot of these reports, is you've got one person working on it. One person. And that person... And I've seen this multiple times. I've got a video that I'm going to be working on about, like, another claim about trans people. Which, again, the report was written by one person. You cannot have one person write a report. You need to have more than one. Like, sure, it may make the report take longer, but at least you have some checks and balances. Like, every study that you see done on these things will have more than one person as the head author. And the reason being is because you need to have like another person to go, hey, here's a problem, and then it needs to pass through peer review. But you don't have that with the cast review. You do not have peer review, so it's written by one person, their biases come into it, and then it doesn't even go through a peer review process, and then it gets picked up by government officials who want to use that to restrict trans healthcare. Because it might cause a lot of harm. Fuck off.
Also,
is what I'm.
Like Cass actually like recommended to not do puberty blockers because like most of the trans kids who were prescribed puberty blockers went on HRT anyways, so it's like pointless. But like that part is also being like dropped or like skipped over. It's just like, well, they don't recommend puberty blockers because they make the kids sterile. Actually, it's the same thing that's being used to make and it's just so frustrating because like how do you deal with that stuff when the people you basically need to convince are giving, like, putting these reviews on like such a pedestal while actively dismissing your lived experience, experts' opinion, and like so many other studies that prove them wrong.
Yeah.
Because it's like, well, you're trans, so obviously you're biased because you want other trans kids to be trans. It's like, yeah, like, that's just because it's helping me, you know.
And like when it comes to the science of, let's say, puberty blockers, I think that there should be studies done on them. However, I think that the studies need to be done on like if you want to say that the fertility goes down, I need to know, okay, what sort of people are you testing? Because if you're testing the fertility of people that have only been on puberty that are on puberty blockers for, let's say, 2 years, and then 6 months later you're testing their fertility and comparing it to people that weren't on puberty blockers, well, of course their fertility is going to be lower because they haven't gone through as much puberty yet. And it's like I would like a study that tests that you test someone who's been on puberty blockers for let's say 2 years, and then they don't continue onto hormones, and you test their fertility like maybe 5 years later, maybe when they're the age of like let's say 25, you then test their fertility. Because that would give you a far better idea of what fertility actually looks like than like 6 months after. Because like a lot of trans people will take puberty blockers, and they may wait 6 months so that they can like store sperm or whatever, or freeze their eggs, and then they'll continue on to hormones. And if you test the fertility of those people, then yes, you are going to get a lower, you are going to find that, their fertility is lower. Because, they haven't gone through as much puberty as, like, someone their age normally would. It's so one of those things where it's messy.
I think the cruelest thing is forcing trans kids to wait till they're already going through the wrong puberty, because it causes so many like irreversible changes. They're going to not be able to like live their life. It's like, let the kids be kids, but like, how can you live your life if you see changes with your body that make you feel like you're not you, and like you don't resonate with your body, and you're like in a lot of cases actively rejecting it, and then you're like, well, if you're 18, then you can go on hormones. But it's like, okay, so you want an 18-year-old to go through another puberty, like you want to force them to wait when they know that they're going to go on the other puberty anyway, which doesn't, like, it's already going to destroy your fertility, whether or not you wait or basically just go on puberty blockers and then on HRT like immediately. But at least you're not wasting time, you're not like suffering, you're able to like socialize in the right way, and you're like able to be a part of society, have your studies and focus on maybe your career, or having relationships later on, instead of like sitting there waiting till you're 18, and in a lot of cases you're not even going to find help when you're 18.
Yeah, like when
it's just going to be like,
like when it came to me, like I know that I was viewed as gay when I was growing up. I had no idea why. Apparently, like holding your holding your wrist like that, because takes energy to have it like that. Holding it like that. Apparently, that's gay because you just don't want to put energy into keeping it straight. And it's like I was like telling everyone I'm straight. I like girls, but like apparently there's a lot of like social things, and that, like, maybe had I been able to, work out that I was trans, I might have been able to, like, live a bit more, because people didn't feel like I was trying to deny something. Funny thing is, like, is I can now say that I'm gay, but just not in the way that they expected. So it is one of those things where, like, I didn't have many friends growing up. I felt like I was always forced into, like, the wrong gender roles, and like I would have liked that to be very different. Like, I hated having short hair. I have videos on my channel from ages ago where you can see how short my hair used to be. I did not get a choice in that. I actively disliked having my hair short. I
remember those videos. I think that was like during the time where I actually like discovered your channel.
Question.
Like,
was it
when?
Was it like when? Because like I remember, since I really started doing YouTube back in 2015. Geez, it's been like nearly 10 years. I've always had like hair to an at least decent length. However, the videos that I'm talking about were shorter hair.
Maybe I'm misremembering, but I'm just like wondering, because like maybe I'm just like delusional right now. But I think I remember seeing videos from you where you try to have right.
Okay, let me.
Are they still on your channel though?
There are only like a few videos that are no longer on my channel, mostly because YouTube took them down. One of them I actually want to remake.
It might have just popped off, like not during that time, but like I think I remember seeing one or two videos from you with Shredder. I think.
Let me like, because there's short here.
Maybe I'm misremembering.
Short here. Okay, so let me go to YouTube Studio and. Actually, maybe it might be better to go to my channel.
Is fertility relevant? These people are really obsessed with their procreation. That's why they reduce like men and women to like reproductive organs. They really want to have like their fertile children, and it's just so sickening.
So if I'm going to copy a link to. Copy a link address and then put it over here. We'll get rid of the thing there. So this is when I had short hair on YouTube. You know.
It was a Patreon video.
Originally it was, but like then I decided to release it as like
It might have like popped up in my feed because like I think I discovered you during like the flat alpha videos, etc.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just like
I mean, this was a flat
YouTube
Earth.
algorithm being weird. So it was just like mixed in between. Maybe that's how it was. It was a while ago. It's like, how long is that? Like 2-3 years ago when you
that would
did
still
a
be-
lot of these videos?
That would have still been 5 years ago. Like this was just one of the videos that I put out in between like flat Earth videos. But if I when I'm talking about short hair, I am talking about the hair that I had in this, and we're going to like the video was put out 9 years ago, but I still had long hair back when I put the video out. It's just like something. This video was recorded like 14 years ago, maybe.
Oh,
This.
oh, that's really okay. Okay, I get it.
I hated
That
having
is
hair
like-
that short.
I had the face too. I have to tell you, I had hair like you showed in the first video, like maybe a little bit longer. And my brother convinced me to cut it really short because I don't know, maybe it's just like that's like the masculine thing to do, and I hated it so much. It was so awkward to like cut basically the hair off, more or less.
Yeah, and like the worst part is like all my friends had longer hair, and I was never allowed to have hair as long as my friends. Like my parents were like, once your hair is like a certain length, it needs to be short. And it's like no, I don't want that. And I don't think I didn't have like the words to describe it at the time. Like I was always told
You're basically forced to do it because otherwise they're going to like use it to bully you. I remember I had I shaved my arm hair, and I don't really have that much arm hair, and I got like a comment like, "Oh, do you want to be a woman?" And it's like you kind of want to avoid these sort of comments, so you try to like just like give in to all the societal like expectations of how you're supposed to look like.
But here's the thing, I was even bullied for like having short hair. Like societal expectations don't mean that you have to like just about be bald. And like I was told, oh, but your uncles when they went to school, they always wanted to have short hair, but their parents, my grandparents, wouldn't allow it. And it's like, well, then allow me to have long hair. That's the problem. Isn't the fact that you want to have short hair when other people wanted to have long hair. So be grateful. Or you want to have long hair when other people wanted to have short hair, so you should be grateful for your short hair. No, the problem is that I'm being forced to have a haircut that I do not like.
Yeah.
You know,
I think it's also like a similar situation with like clothes, etc., where I just stopped caring about anything, and I literally just did things, and I just wanted to escape like the misogyny, etc., because like I used to have like a more feminine voice and like a more girly voice, and in order to escape the bullying, like I got into puberty a little bit late, I forced my voice deeper, and it caused a lot of like damage, and it took me a long time to like unlearn, you know, the way that I spoke.
Oh yeah,
and it's just because of like being forced to fulfill like, or like being controlled when it comes to your gender expression.
Yeah, like, and it's one of those things where, like, I was told, you know, you have to have short hair because otherwise you'll look like a girl, and it's like, I don't see any problem with that.
I don't understand the problem.
Especially since, like...
But, like, you're being taught that's bad.
Yeah, especially since one of the, the person at my school with the longest hair was a guy. Like...
Yeah.
He had longer hair than anybody else. It's short now. But, like, it was one of those things where it's like, well, no, he doesn't get called a... Okay, sometimes he did get called a girl. But, like, I didn't really see that... Like, I was called a girl anyway, because I wasn't into sports. You know, like, it's one of those things where, like, where... people will say, "Oh, you can't do that because you'll get called this." And it's like, well, I'm gonna get called that anyway. You know, it's like how people will say. It's actually really funny. Like, if I declared that I was like just a gay dude, right? I'd probably still be called like a woman now. Whereas, like, having declared myself as trans, I get called a man by transphobes.
Yeah. It's just the cruelty is the point. It's not about like actually like reality. It's just about, you know, being mean.
Yeah.
And I feel like that form of bullying was always like the reason why I was so scared of like talking about it, because like, well, people are calling me a girl as an insult, but like if I'm going to come out, they're going to like weaponize that, and I was like always so terrified of that. Like even as a kid, like imagine you're like 14 years old, you're constantly being called like a girl, and you're not a real boy, etc. And it kind of feels like validating, because like, yeah, I'm not a boy. But like if I'm going to tell you that, hey, I'm not a boy, then they're going to like flip.
Yeah.
They're going to say something that really hurts me.
Yeah, because it is, I think it was you that said like the cruelty is the point, you know? It's like people will always find a way to put other people down, and it's like often that has been through gender things. And that's why I say that like the definitions of like man, woman, boy, and girl, they're all like the way that people use them in reality is very much a construct, because people will say that, you know, people would often tell me that I am not a man back when I tried to identify as a guy, and like I honestly agreed with them. I never felt like a man, and now that I've tried to actively distance myself from that term, now people are like, "Oh, you're just a man," and it's like, no, like people never acknowledged that I was quote unquote a man until I decided to come out. So it's like it's one of those things where I think it's genuinely just to try and put people down, and people don't realize that if you can say that someone is not if you can say that someone's not a real woman because of any number of things, like not having an Adam's apple, for example, as Nancy Mace was going on about, you know, she said, oh, so if you know, if a cisgender woman has an Adam's apple, that means that they're not a real woman according to the Attack Titan, not the Attack Titan, the Smiling Titan. And it's like, that is essentially like saying that it's not a thing based on biology. It's something based on social expectations of how someone should look. You know, it's Yeah, it's not based on biological reality or whatever, as if their arguments were ever based on biological reality in the first place. So yeah,
Yeah, it's never about like the truth, because like these people will literally look at the most attractive trans woman and find like a reason to like invalidate you know, her being trans, and then you find like a cis woman who literally has the same features that they complain about, and then it's like, well, but like we can always tell that she's always a woman.
yeah.
So it's like, no, you actually can't. The reason why you can tell who is trans and who isn't is because they tell you.
Yeah,
Like, you know.
and it's one of those things where like you have people that claim that whatchamacallit, you have people that claim that trans people are being trans people are the misogynistic ones because they try to push outdated stereotypes. And it's like, no, those, like, I was forced into stereotypes when I was a kid that I did not feel like I fit into. I want to break down these stereotypes, but the world that we live in requires, like, to an extent, it is there are learned stuff, like, because I wasn't able to wear skirts, it's like, fucking finally I can wear skirts. There's a sense of euphoria that I get from being able to do the things that I was not allowed to do as a kid because of social pressure and pressure from my parents. These things aren't. It's not me trying to reinforce any stereotypes. It's me trying to fit in the way that I want to fit in, as well as also wanting to be able to do things that I never got to do.
Yeah, exactly. You're like free. You're breaking free from it, and I think that is like what makes these transphobes so mad, because you're literally living their life while they're being miserable, and they're like, well, I'm unhappy, and I'm just like dealing with the fact that I'm being stuck in this box, and I'm embracing that I'm a real man, and I'm not just like going out of my way and becoming a woman. Like, why do you get to do these things? And I feel like it's so funny, because when I was younger, when I was learning about trans people, I had that phase too. Like, I'm not saying that every transphobe is like an egg or something, but it's sometimes really funny when it comes to like the similarities in the ways of thinking from these people, because like it's the rhetoric that you're being taught, you know?
Like, one of the things I've kind of gathered from someone who's transphobic is that they're very, very depressed, I think. And I gather that from the fact that, their house is a mess. And like, that seems to be a sign of not having friends. And it's like if they had friends, like, they might actually meet trans people in real life. And, like, I feel like the more friends I've had, the more trans people I've met. Genuinely. And so it's simply a case of, like, people like M.C.Nutkin, and that's the person I was talking about, by the way, need to get out more. Need to, like, actually, genuinely, M.C.Nutkin just needs to stop sitting behind a screen the whole day. Needs to, like, because, like, he doesn't have a girlfriend, does he? Like, I can't imagine him having a girlfriend with his house in the state it's in.
I feel like that's like the problem with like how these eco chambers are being forced, because everybody thinks the same way, and like you see so much hatred. You're being constantly fed like misinformation, bigotry, hatred, etc. And if you dare to like question or challenge anything, you risk losing your only place where you can like talk about these things. And like my problem is when people are transphobic, or like they claim they're like, well, I support trans people, but I just draw the line at children, and it's like, well, that point is like actually transphobic, and like here's like the reality of the situation. But they're like, well, you're just like shoving me more and more towards the right because you're not entertaining my opinion.
And like, I feel like people who are happy, like I've known someone who was like, I know someone, and I'm gonna make a video on them as well, who was like, you know, we shouldn't let trans kids transition because they're not old enough to make that decision. He had a talk to someone and changed his mind, and he's like someone who I respect because like, A, he was willing to change his mind, and B, he just seems like he's having fun in life when he can. Like, sometimes, yes, his life sucks, but that's like due to other things. And it's like, I think that when it comes to that kind of stuff, people that are able to have fun in their lives and aren't miserable all the time usually have like really reasonable takes, because quite often they've met trans people. You know, they've gone outside. They're not just stuck at home all day. And I feel like that's J.K. Rowling. She's stuck in home all day because her home is a castle and she doesn't ever feel the need to leave. I can't like talk about like, and you've got people like Graham Linehan who were stuck on Twitter all day, and like because of that, his wife left him.
Elon Musk, my guy tweets more than I do.
Yeah,
like it's insane.
And these people, it's like the reoccurring theme is they need to get out more. They need to and I can understand, like, if you are big and famous, like, going out can seem like it might be a threat. But, like, if you're genuinely a cool person, like Elon tried to paint himself as for many years, but ultimately the cracks started showing, and it came out that he was not a great person. If you are genuinely a good person, then people will... you're probably not going to have much of a threat, because... I mean, in America it might be different, but like in New Zealand, like, what's going to happen? Like, the worst case scenario is that you manage to somehow get backed into an alley by people that want to kidnap you and hold you for ransom. That's the worst case scenario, but like most of the time, you're going to be able to get home with friends and whatever. Maybe you might be stalked a little bit or doxxed, but yeah, like, just at that point, you've got enough money, just book a hotel. You know, I feel like being able to hang out with actual everyday people is like one of the biggest ways to not be bigoted, especially like if you meet people that are in groups, like, you know, in trans groups or people that are gay. I know someone that wanted to ask me questions because she was like, I have known like lesbians and gay dudes, and this is like someone who was like, what, 70 years old, and she had genuine questions about it because she didn't get it, but she knew that she didn't get things about gay people, and you know, she knew that she didn't get gay people back in the day. So she was like, well, if I didn't get gay people back in the day, and I don't get trans people now, it's probably my understanding. And I think that's what everyone should have, is like, everyone should like meet a trans person. And I get that trans people can sometimes seem like they're confrontational, but most of us just genuinely want to have fun. Like, if you misgender someone, they'll correct you and move on.
Most of the time, like, if a stranger misgenders me, like, I'm not going to like bother correcting them. I'm also not going to like scream in their faces, but because like reactionary stuff, like drama is like so boosted in the algorithm because it's so lucrative, like that is what you're going to see. And like the problem that I also have is like when you come out to friends and they are kind of transphobic and they hit you with like, yeah, but like you're one of the good ones.
Yeah.
I think that's also like a huge problem. It's just like, you gave me the benefit of the doubt. You know me before I came out, but you're not going to give the benefit of the doubt to any other trans person because you don't know them.
Yeah.
And that is like really problematic.
Yeah, and like there are trans people that are aggressive and whatnot, but like a lot of the time it's because they've got to deal with shit like that all the time. Like I can understand like you know the big one, the "it's ma'am" kind of thing, and it's like I can understand that, like because she's pretty big. She probably gets misgendered a lot and gets frustrated by that. So I can understand being like, yeah, please stop misgendering me, but more aggressive. And it's like, yeah, like I don't get that. I'll be walking through like a supermarket, and then someone, I hear someone saying, "Oh, I love her skirt," and like not in a way that's trying to that I'm trying to hear, because she's clearly whispering to her boyfriend. I just managed to overhear it, and then I look around and there's like no one else on the aisle wearing a skirt, and it's like fucking hell yeah.
It's really validating. I got when I was in Paris, I was I was being called madam from behind, and it's just like it feels really validating because like it took such a long time in order to even get there. And like that is kind of also like my problem when it comes to voice. Like I play a lot of Valorant. Obviously it's really difficult to pass in a video game where everybody is like assuming that you're probably a guy. But like my voice is more in the ambiguous range. But a lot of people just like push me down into like, oh, that's just like a feminine man, and you experience like homophobia, and after a while, when you get it like back to back, it really starts, eating you up. Or like when you get like a package. Like the other day I got a package and I, obviously didn't really dress up and I had to sign something, and they asked me for my name, and it's like, this package is literally for me. You're just looking at the name and you're expecting someone who looks different to me, and that's kind of hurtful,
Yeah. Like I like here's the thing, like when it comes to me, I sign for packages that aren't even for me, because I'm just going to give them, like if my flatmates have ordered a package, it's like, oh yeah, I'll just put the package where they are, and I'll sign it with my name. That way, if for some whatever reason the package goes missing, they can check, and I'll say, well, I signed for it. I left it there, but that's never happened. But yeah, it's one of those things where like for some reason people just don't care. About like who's they're just like, oh yeah, we just need to drop this package off, and sometimes you don't even need a signature, which is can be good. But yeah, it's one of those things where people do have expectations of the way that you look, and like going back to the point earlier about like transphobes saying you're pushing stereotypes. It's like, no, if we don't look a certain way, then we run into problems.
It's the same.
And it's like
not wearing makeup.
Yeah,
or something.
Like women often run into problems if they're not looking a particular way.
Yeah, exactly.
It's one of those things where I would love for that to change. That is a societal change that I want to push for. But like blaming that on trans people does nothing to solve the problem that you want to fix. If anything, like trying to push trans people into boxes actually makes the problem, or trying to dismiss trans people tends to make the problem worse, because everyone's like, oh, is this person trans? Whether they're cis or trans, doesn't matter. They'll transvestigate anyone. Like, there are some people that say that J.K. Rowling is secretly trans. Because
I can see it. I'm not gonna lie. We can always tell. I can see it. I mean, they're literally transvestigating Andrew Tate. So like, did you hear the who is that trans woman who made like the song like A Girl World?
Oh, Dylan Mulvaney.
Yeah. Like, she had people reverse transvestigate her, saying that, like, she used to be, like, she was one female and was forcefully transitioned when she was 5 years old, and now has transitioned back. Like, they're going full circle.
Oh, that... Like, if I could go back, right, I would, if I could go back to when I was, like, a teenager, and, like, actually, like, get on hormones a lot earlier. Here's what I'd do. I would I would be on YouTube as a girl the whole time, and then like one day I'd be like, I'm coming out as trans, and then just like lower my voice, and then like be like April Fools or whatever, and like after like a month of doing that, and it's like, actually, I've been a trans woman the whole time, and just like watch people's minds explode.
Yeah.
Just because that would be funny, and I'd like to, like let people know that when it comes to like trans stuff, I'm not just like talking out of my ass.
Yeah.
I can actually, because
like my brother's friend actually like told me that I should make content about like being trans, etc., but I should wait after I fully transitioned. And I was like, no, I'm just going to like share my journey, etc. And I think made the right call, because like this stuff takes a while.
Yeah, it does. And then there's stuff that like you've got to work on. Like voice training is so damn hard, and I can't.
Voice training is so hard, yeah.
Yeah, I really wish there are some people I'm jealous of that have really nice voices, and it's like, can I like
a lot of my friends are ASM artists, and I was like, I'm so fucking jealous.
Yeah.
But like the worst part of it is when people make fun of you for your voice, and it's like, yeah, I went through my puberty, I went through testosterone, like the damage that was caused, or like the reason why I don't have like a quote unquote female voice is because I went on testosterone, I had like changes, and now I need to like put in a lot of work in order to revert that changes, or like try to mitigate the damage that was like done to it. If I went through the right puberty year, I would have had that quote-unquote female voice, because there's no difference between, a voice that is pre-testosterone and a voice that is, on estrogen.
Yeah. It's one of those things where, people don't realize that puberty is irreversible. That's why puberty blockers exist. Because if you go through puberty, there's a lot of changes that are going to be either hard or very difficult to reverse. And I think it's best to like say, hey, some people may not like, if someone after 2 years has been on puberty blockers and they're still like, I want to be I want to be the opposite. I want to have a gender that's not the one that was my one assigned at birth, and it's like, let them take the hormones, like they are clearly like 2 years is a long time to if you're gonna have doubts, you're gonna have it like
You're going to figure it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to find it out really quick when you see changes happening to your body that don't resonate with you. It's like the problem is like if you make someone wait, you're basically forcing someone to go through these changes without guidance. If someone goes on HRT and they figure out that they're going through the wrong puberty, they're going to still have like people that they can like talk to about.
Yeah,
and then like realize, hey, I actually don't really feel
like if
better with these changes.
If someone like it feels like detransitioners get a lot more support than trans people, and like I think that they need. Well, I need to rephrase that. It feels like transphobic detransitioners get a lot more support than trans people, and like I fully support anyone's, like, if anyone wants to detransition because they feel like it's the wrong thing for them, like I think that they should get support because it's going to be a tough road, just like it's a tough road for.
It is lucrative.
Yeah, just like it's a tough road for like trans people in general. Like if you feel like you've made a mistake by taking testosterone or estrogen, that's something that you should have support for. But I think that there needs to also be support for trans people, and we can't have this, I made a mistake, so therefore trans people can't get the help that they need. I think that it needs to be very, very much a thing of, if you made a mistake, that needs to be on, you need to like take a bit of ownership of that. Like, I've heard of someone who was like, I thought that, because like YouTube doesn't have a bias towards trans people, like, let's be honest. So they decided to push a few detransitioner videos into my feed. And like one of them was very conspiracy sounding, but her point was that she thought that she was trans, and then she went and got testosterone, and then after a while she started getting dysphoria, and she said that there was no checks on her, and it's like, well, I had to go through far too much waiting to get on to estrogen, so like, but then there was also the fact that she said that there was the fact that she was told by other trans people, and it's like, no, that's like, I feel like trans people generally are like, be careful, like especially with testosterone. Like testosterone, like I feel like is a bit more powerful than estrogen, and so the effects that you get from testosterone are a bit more recognizable.
Yeah,
especially with voice.
It's just the voice. That's why I had a collab the other day with a trans man who has been on testosterone for a while, and like there's no way by voice you could tell that there's like any difference between a trans man and a cis man, just because like testosterone is just like doing the work for you.
There is a small difference.
Like most of it.
I do think that there are some trans masks that need to voice train a little, and I don't know why, because there's.
I think maybe it's like the resonance kind of area.
Yeah, like there's something like, yes, testosterone does a lot of work, but I think that I think it's probably like a delay in testosterone, actually, like testosterone when your body wasn't expecting it, or it could actually be like the way that your body, like, because like a lot of guys have like a puberty and then like have sort of a second puberty where a lot of changes kind of set in, and I think like, because do you know of Pirate Software?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, like, he used to have a very different voice. Now his voice has changed a bit. And it's like, I think that there are... So maybe it might just be that they need to be on testosterone for longer. But yeah, I have found that like trans guys, at least to me, and to be fair, I'm particularly talking about like trans guys in New Zealand because it's partially the accent as well. But like they sound very similar to me, and I'm like, you have the same voice as another trans guy I know. And it's like, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just like, it's something I'm able to pick out for a lot of trans guys.
Maybe it's also like I know that I remember like in my early stages going through like my puberty, etc. Like how everything kind of worked itself out, but I still had like moments where like I basically taught myself in order to speak deeper, in order to have more straight passing privileges and get less misogyny on the interwebs,
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know, maybe it's also like I know that like testosterone, doesn't it like change the shape of your, like the size of your larynx?
Probably.
Isn't it like,
probably, yeah.
doesn't that have like influence on that? I don't know if that is also like a component, but I think maybe it's also like the way where the voice sits, like where you speak. That like these are also like components.
Yeah,
I know that there's like trans mask voice lessons. I also know there's voice lessons for alpha males. How to speak like did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Did you know that they have alpha male like how to speak like a dominant alpha male voice lessons, like dudes just teaching other dudes how to speak like a dude.
Okay. Here's a voice lesson for anybody out there, because like I actually had to learn how to speak the way that I speak now, because my voice used to be very monotone. That's like the one thing that the piece of advice that I can give to anybody out there that just like vary up your voice a bit, like it doesn't have to always make sense, but eventually you just get into a pattern of certain things you'll be speaking low, and other things you'll be speaking high. It's one of those things that I found was really important, especially for presenting on YouTube, because it makes it a lot more watchable, especially if you're a lot more expressive. I use my hands a lot too.
Oh god. My old content, like when I got into like doing TikTok, I wrote like scripts, and I was sounding like the most stereotypical crypto pro you're going to like, just like an NPC who has like no emotions, and it's just like I'm so glad that I'm able to read a script now and I don't like hate myself.
Maybe that's what guys need to work on for getting dates, is also just like having more expression. Because like,
yeah, just stop being so like depressed and or like in your voice, to be like
Honestly, that's like a good thing, because I actually have met a guy that was just like
so numb. Yeah.
He was like, part of it was his attitude, but like he just like felt really negative to be around, and like you don't want to exude that energy. You want to be fun to be around. That's why I have the friends that I do. They're fun to be around. If I'm friends with someone, I am going to be friends with them because they're fun.
I saw a tweet the other day of like a I don't know if it was like a Reddit conversation or something, but it was between a man and a woman, and the guy was like, "Hey, I think you're pretty cool. I was wondering if, or like, no, it wasn't even that. It was just like, I just wish I was like good enough for you to hang out, and like I never have like people, like I'm trying to vent here, just trying to share my pain." And the girl was like, I mean, I don't know if he just like tries to vent and like share this, or if he wants me to like hang out with him, because like he's dropping all these things. I'm like interested in him, but like he's just not asking me to hang out or something. And it's just like,
Yeah,
you're causing, or like you're sabotaging yourself by just like being in your misery. And when you get like any form of like interest, you're just like brushing it away because like, I don't know, you're going to get hurt anyway someday, so like what's the point? It's
like sometimes the best thing is to like, even if you are going to get hurt, live in the moment for a bit, you know? I think everyone has their own insecurities. Like, I have my insecurities. I'm pretty sure you have your own insecurities. I'm sure everyone in chat has their own insecurities, and I'm sure they're willing to share. No, don't. You don't have to share your insecurities. But the thing is, like, if you have them, it's a good idea to like work through them in a healthy way, and usually that's by confronting them, if possible. Not always. They can't always be confronting, and trust me, it's scary to confront your insecurities. I know, but like sometimes it's best to just like let whatever happens happen, so that you can just find, like, sometimes your insecurities are wrong about you. And so if you let whatever happens happen, then you'll find out that, hey, you're actually not... these things that you think about yourself aren't completely correct. And... to try...
They're like... You have, like, certain insecurities, but, like, other people might like that. You know, like, the things that you view as flaws, like, other people might... like appreciate that, because like, I don't like my stretch marks that I have, but I know that like my partner likes my stretch marks, and I wouldn't mind if my partner had stretch marks. It's just like, I don't like it on my body, but I don't mind it on other bodies. And I think a lot of people don't give themselves that same type of love when it comes to like, you might, or like I might not like it on myself, but like I might like it on someone else. That kind of means that I should like it on myself as well, or at least like, not use it as an excuse, or like use it as something to like drag me down,
Yeah, like one of my insecurities is I feel like I don't look as good in person as I do on video or on YouTube or in photos, and it's one of those things where I have insecurities about that, but I'm not going to be like, I generally don't be like, sorry if I don't look sorry about me looking horrible. And it's like, sometimes I might say, hey, sorry, I don't look as good as I normally do. Usually that's if I have forgotten to shave. But it's one of those things where it's, you need to, if you have insecurities and you feel like you need to warn someone about those insecurities, or about like something that you think that they might perceive as a flaw, it's best to like let them know in a real chill way, rather than like making it feel really heavy. Like a lot of guys need to have a lot more chill, is what I'm saying.
I feel like, you know, I want to just like clarify real quick. I'm not saying, oh, if you have like a depressing sounding voice, you just stop being depressed. I'm just saying that like your emotions are conveyed through voice, and like a voice is pretty telling. Like even if it's not just like your demeanor as a whole, but like I realized that after bottom surgery, I was like, I'm having more energy. If you watch my pre-bottom surgery videos, I have like a really depressing like vibe to everything. Everything is more like rid of emotions because I was just like so numb and disassociating. Now that through transitioning, I'm getting happier and more comfortable with myself, I have a lot more energy, and that is, you know, something that other people will, you know, feel as well.
Yeah.
And if your voice is just like really depressing, or like how you say certain things, or you're like constantly putting yourself down, it's just like, it's really difficult for other people, especially strangers, to like connect with you if you constantly like, you know, basically insult yourself.
Yeah,
it's the same with like, I hate it when people try to compliment me by putting themselves down, where it's like, well, you might not like your voice, but at least you sound better than me. And it's like, that's not a compliment. That's not, you know, a good thing to say to someone, because this just makes me feel bad for you.
Yeah, like
you know?
Like when it comes to me, like I prefer to be complimented based on like I'll argue with people about who's cuter, but like I do prefer
no,
to be,
you.
yeah, there's literally arguments that I've had with people, but like I do prefer to be complimented like based on like certain things, and that's why there are some compliments that I like better than others, because it's like, oh well, this is a compliment that just came out of nowhere, or it may have, well, technically it did come from somewhere, but it's like it is one of those things where I do like compliments that it's like that feel genuine, like hey, like if someone calls me cute, it's like, if it feels genuine, it's going to be a lot. I'm going to prefer that a lot more than if someone says, "Oh well, you're cuter than me. I look horrible." And it's like, well, if you think you're looking horrible, that's not much of a compliment, is it?
Yeah, exactly. It's just like, how am I supposed to feel good about myself when I'm just like, you know, being slightly put above you? Like it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
but like it's also when it comes to like compliments, do you have the problem where you think, or like you weigh the compliments from strangers higher than those of like your friends because you feel like they're biased?
Not really.
No?
Yeah, it depends, I think. Like, if I get a compliment from someone in real life, then I think to get a compliment from that person, it's like, like, it's validating. But to get a compliment from someone online as well, I don't know much about this person except for the fact that, you know, they're a person online. But I feel like... So I have a lot of cute friends, and I feel like getting compliments from those people are like, I put those very high, because it's like, well, if a cute person is calling me cute, then like it's like really nice.
Yeah.
So it's one of...
Like my problem is like, I'm going to use my voice because obviously as a VTuber mostly, my voice is the main focus. But like, I know how my voice is being perceived, or like how people gender me based on my voice.
Mm-hmm.
And so it always feels like when people try to be like, oh, well, I know cis women who sound just like you, it just doesn't really feel
Yeah.
like as validating as when I go in real life and someone genders me correctly based on the way I look, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. It is one of those things where I think there's always a lot of context for me. Like, I prefer, I think I just prefer, like, compliments from people that I would compliment myself. Like, if I have no compliment, it's awkward when someone compliments me and I don't have a compliment for them. But, like, or I can't think of a compliment, because, like, I feel like compliments are supposed to be genuine, right? And so if someone compliments me and I don't have a compliment for them, I get really awkward.
Well,
sometimes it has been because I haven't been able to think of a compliment, you know, as well.
It's just like it kind of feels like transactional sometimes, you know.
Yeah,
I just gotta know you.
Like,
and then that's it.
Like if someone says, "Oh, I love your hair," that's quite it. Or goes, "I love your makeup." I'm like, okay, what's a feature of this person that I can compliment?
Yeah,
because it's like,
I like your shoes.
Yeah.
I like how short you are. Like sometimes it feels awkward, and I wonder if it also has like something to do with like being socialized as a boy, because like you don't really get compliments, you don't really know how to handle them. So it's like really awkward when you like start coming out and you get like more, like you get more feminine. So you present more feminine. So a lot of women, especially like random women, are more comfortable with like complimenting you.
Yeah, and like I think that I think that there is like social problem. Like there is a social reason why a lot of women don't compliment guys, and it's very hard to fix, because like a lot of guys will receive one compliment and be like, oh my god, I'm in love
she's
with
interested.
You. Yeah, and it's like,
she's interested in me. You want to get my number? But like I noticed that like a lot of compliments that I get were like for things that are like stereotypically feminine. Like when I started painting my nails, it's like, oh, your nail polish is better than mine, or like I really like that color. It's like not. It's like just like complimenting like feminine aspects. I know that there are like a lot of guys who have like really nice beards, and people are being like complimented for their beards. Like obviously it's not just like feminine features, but that's kind of what I noticed when I started, transitioning and expressing myself.
I've realized how we fix this, because I've probably got a few guys in chat. Guys, if you're listening, compliment your bros. Like just because like women compliment each other all the time. Like just go out and like your mate go, you know what? You got some really nice.
You got nice eyes. No, you got nice eyes.
Yeah.
You look. When I look at you, I see the sparkles in your eyes, and like the little twinkle.
Yeah, like if you're working out with your bros, just go, oh, dude, you got really nice pics. Can I squeeze them?
Can I like lick them with?
Obviously, like I am joking. Like, make sure that make sure that mates are
your
comfortable.
buddies.
Yeah. But like honestly, like genuinely, guys need to compliment each other more, because like I feel like that's.
I think, it's something that I saw a while ago when you go back a bunch of decades and you see like photos between like two guys, like even if they were like not dating, but they were just like being pros, they were way more like hugging each other and being more affectionate with each other. And then like society pushed this idea that like, no, these are like certain clothes that are only for women, these are only certain clothes that are for men, and like if you do anything that's feminine that makes you gay, in order to like discriminate against like LGBTQ plus communities, and it just like ruined like male friendships.
Yeah,
because like you can't hug each other, you can't. You're going to give each other the profis, and you're probably going to stay 6 feet away, just to not be like mistaken for a couple when you walk down the street, right? So it's like causing issues.
Yeah, exactly. Like I will sometimes feel a little bit weird if I receive affection and I do not know what the intention of that affection is, right? If it's if I receive affection and I know it's supposed to be platonic and I want to be platonic with that person, then I'm fine with it. If I receive affection and I want to be platonic with that person and and I don't know whether they're being platonic or I think that they might have other intentions, then I'll be I'll be very awkward. If I want more than just platonic stuff, and I receive affection, then I'll be chill. Regardless of what
I mean, there are a lot of like socialization issues where it's also like you see that all the time when they're like guys being affectionate with girls who are clearly not into it, but they're just like letting it happen because it's just like they have like so many like negative experiences, and it signals to the guy that it's like okay. And then, like, later down the line, it's just like, no, this was actually really, like, awful. But the guy is like, but you didn't say no, and you didn't... It's just...
Yeah.
I feel like there are a lot of issues in society which is like, people don't understand the experiences of others that well.
I think that's why like affection between like friends and stuff needs to be normalized, because like it does like normalize this idea that just because someone accepts affection doesn't mean that they're going to be into you. That's why a lot of people like if it was the case where like affection given was generally a thing of if it was a case where affection given was generally just a friendly thing, I think with those people where I don't know the intention and I just want to be platonic, I'd be a lot more comfortable with that, because I know that regardless of what their intention is, this is just something that friends do.
Yeah. I also think it's a huge issue when it comes to like how society perceives friendships between guys and friendships between girls, because like if guys show like a little bit of affection or they hugged each other for a little bit too long, then it's like really gay. But like when two girls are making out and they're cuddling with each other, and then it's just like, oh, they're just besties.
Yeah, like...
even if they're like a lesbian couple,
Honestly, like, here's the thing, right? We need to normalize guys just making out with each other. And the reason why I say this is because, like a lot of guys don't realize that you can make out with someone and not have any kind of feelings for them whatsoever. Like that is something that you can do. But I think that things need to be normalized.
Go cuddle with your bros.
Yeah, go genuinely go cuddle with your bros. Like I say that completely unironically. You should go cuddle your bros, because it could be fun. I know that guys probably aren't into cuddles as much as girls are, but
really? No, there's no way. No, you can't say that. That's like saying that like guys don't enjoy being like petted on the head. Like you can't. No, there's no way.
I wonder. You have given me an idea.
You're a roommate.
I might try that later. Also, I'm going to hit play on the because there's a super chat that I believe went past that I didn't play. So,
This chat has turned weird. Interesting but weird.
It wasn't already? Like, are we sure that we haven't always been weird? You know, you don't have to be normal all the time. I've seen some streamers' chats who are a lot weirder than mine. Trust me. If you think my chat is weird, just like go to like any political streamer's chat.
Go in my chat.
Yeah.
You're going to like my chat. My chat is wild. Like, I'm an 18+ streamer for a reason. I can tell you that.
Yeah. But like, I should probably
With your chats are wild, true.
I should probably because we've been at this for like over 3 hours. I don't know if you've realized. I've had a lot of fun, by the way. So thank you for coming on.
It was pretty nice.
But I do need to end up soon. So before we do that, did you know that the Pope died?
The Pope died. Yeah, he met with JD Vance and
Probably died of.
He saw everything.
Yeah, probably died of cringe. Like I honestly can understand that.
It's so like I obviously don't want to make light of the situation of someone dying, but I thought it was like kind of funny that JD Vance tweeted like, oh, I'm praying for like a swift recovery or something, and then like it just was too much. And
I
think it's cursed.
Yeah, I also just remembered something, because like it was like right after Easter too, right? Or on Easter, right after or on Easter.
I mean, it's on Easter, yeah.
And like I scrolling through the White House's Twitter account.
Did you? Yeah, is it about the 420 being like where people were really mad that like 420 fell on Easter, and it's like last year they were mad that trans awareness. Trans visibility or something.
I have not seen that, but like honestly, it's their fault for making Easter move around so much every year. But like one thing,
it's just like a Sunday.
One thing I noticed was like a lot of like religious right here. Happy Easter, it says Happy Easter. He is not here. He is risen, just as he said. And it's like that gets a little too that gets
separate
a little
the church from the state type situation.
And like a lot of the he is risen. I am the resurrection and the life. Whoever believes in me through though they die, yet they shall live, and whoever lives by believing in me shall never die. And like that strays a little too close to like to not having a separation between church and state for my liking.
Yeah.
The president can believe whatever he wants to believe. I don't mind that. But like the official White House Twitter account tweeting out religious messaging.
It's so much. Oh my god. It just never stops. It's so much.
Okay, at least they said Happy Passover. I'll give them that.
Bring them home. Yeah, good. Okay.
Yeah, like
the problem that I have.
Yeah.
The problem that I have is like when the Pope died, people, the self-proclaimed Christians were like, oh, this lunatic is finally gone. He was giving like the church a bad rap. because like he was a little bit more progressive than like the average Pope, and it's just like pushing this idea that the Christianity that they want is literally just like Christian nationalism, which is like similar to the 1930s agenda, where it was like going after preachers, etc., that were, you know, teaching the wrong type of Christianity.
Yeah. I just saw Hugh Jarsz in the chat saying, so is the Vatican going to have a barbecue or something? That'd actually be nice, you know? Imagine that. Like, I think we just need to have more barbecues. Especially since, like, Australia seems to be the one having the most fun with barbecues. Being like, throw a shrimp on the barbie, mate. Except they don't actually do that because I went and I checked. But, you know, like, yeah, we should have more barbecues. Like, I feel like New Zealand and Australia get, like, a lot of fun with barbecues because we get to have them during, like, Christmas. And, like, other places in the world have snow on Christmas, so it's not really barbecue weather. So, roast Pope on a stick, dick.
Every weather's barbecue weather.
Probably. I just usually can't afford, like, barbecue stuff. Like, it's really nice. Like,
that's valid.
Whenever I go to my parents, I always, like, make sure I have whatever's thrown on the barbecue. That's if we're having a barbecue, though. Sometimes it might be that we have, like, something different depending on what the occasion is. Samantha Jane says, I know it's not quite the same thing, but I don't mind them tweeting out, like, Easter or Christmas stuff if they're also celebrating Pride Month, Black History Month, yeah. I think...
I mean, I feel like it's different, personally.
I think that if... it depends how they do it, right? If they if they were to tweet out quotes from, I don't know, like, different, like, I guess, people in history who have said something, you know, especially when it comes to Pride. I think that is probably the closest you can get to what they're doing, because, like, what they're currently doing is, like, you know, tweeting Bible verses out. Several, well, mostly the same few Bible verses, but it's like, I don't know, like, that just kind of rubs me the wrong way. At least they're doing it on Easter. I can give them that, but, you know, I don't know. It just feels a little bit too much, especially since a lot of non-religious people celebrate Easter too.
There's so many different types of religions, and if you really want to have, like, a separation from, like, the church and the state, and you want to have, like, religious freedom, like, I don't mind if they post about, like, oh, happy Easter to all the Christians, but, like, they need to also give the same, like, appreciation to holidays from other religions.
Yeah,
and that's not what they are doing, and I don't really put, like, Pride Month or, you know, LGBTQ rights in general on the same level as religious freedom or, like, Christianity, because, like, you know, Christianity is, like, is an ideology, and LGBTQ, like, we're just fighting for human rights. We're just like, hey, we exist and we deserve to be a part of society.
I mean, even if they do that, even if we equate the two, like, I don't think the administration is going to really say much about LGBT rights.
They're going to hate it.
Yeah, they're
going to tweet about, like, oh, while everybody is celebrating the freaks of nature, we are taking care of our veterans of America, and we're posting about that, like things like that.
Yeah.
I'm also like curious, like Lesbian Day of Visibility is coming up, I think soon. I'm wondering for like J.K. Rowling's tweet to be like, this day is for like the real women. Shout out to all the real lesbians who don't date men. You know, I'm just waiting for that.
Yeah, that because like it's very interesting how J.K. Rowling's quote unquote feminism is very selective. It's very much I want to do like it took her ages to talk about abortion in the United States, and it's like that's the problem, is that whilst women's rights are actually getting eroded away, they're focused on trans people who want to do want to protect women's rights. It's just that we also should be included in them because society, even though you might try to claim that you will treat us like men or whatever, society treats us like women. We, in many ways, so I think that, things need, J.K. Rowling needs to, like, actually do more real feminism.
Her going after, like, asexual people and, not just, like, going after the trans community, but it's just, like, going after anyone who doesn't, support her agenda and just, like, portraying herself as a victim and then going on her mega yacht and celebrating the victory that trans women are no longer women because the court said so. And it's just like, what are you doing for women?
Yeah.
Like what are you doing that is like pro woman? What helps women?
And like, here's the thing. It's not like any of this, like, even if she was completely right, it's not like any of this really affects her. When was the last time J.K. Rowling was out in public? Genuinely, like, when was the last time that happened?
I don't think the black mode lets her.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I don't think that's a thing that regularly happens. Like, so when it comes to, there maybe was a time where this would have affected her, but like, it's one of those things where they have to come up with this threat. And like, honestly, the people that they're really scared of is men. But men aren't seen as an acceptable target. So they've got to target the most vulnerable men.
It is, it's easier to punch down than to like get rid of the system that has been like oppressing you the entire life.
Like it's like when it comes to men, like it's easy to it's like if you were to say, "Oh, men are the problem," you're gonna get like a ton of responses saying, "Not all men, not all men,
not all men."
But if you were to say,
just the dressed women. Yeah.
But if you were to say something like, you don't even need to talk about trans women. You can like say, "Oh well, disabled men, right, are the problem." That's going to there's a lot of people who will see that as an acceptable target.
They're like, men of color.
Yeah.
That is, it's like anytime someone goes to jail and they're like not white, then it's like, see, that is why we have to like get rid of them all. And then like 50 like white cis men are popping up, and it's like, yeah, but like not all men. It's just so hypocritical. I hate it so much.
I actually saw something about that. I have to switch things here. But I saw something about that. Let me copy it over. Right. And so this person, Jess Gill, says, "We've won the battle against trans ideology. Now it's essential that the gender-critical community speaks up about the dangers of mass immigration for women." And it's like, they're always going to, it's always about, like, a target of a minority group, of people that they say are not like them. And, like, if you want to, like... And it's like, yeah, there have been problems in the past with mass immigration to America. Particularly the mass immigration of Europeans to America, which wiped out a lot of the natives.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't think that's going to happen. But, like... But, like...
It's insane.
Yeah, a lot of the times it's like projecting stuff that, you know, we've seen happen in history and saying, well, if this happens again, it'll be bad. And it's like, well, no, because quite often they're coming to places like if you want to say people coming from impoverished countries coming to like places like America. Quite often, the reason why they're going to those places is to seek a better life, and usually it's because the systems in that country are better than the systems in the country that they came from. Why would they want to destroy that if it's just going to mean that it'll make everyone's lives worse? They don't want to make everyone's lives worse. They want to make their lives better.
Yeah.
And
I mean...
We see this a lot with, like, people who, from what I've heard, like, immigrants commit less crime than native-born people, or people born in the country.
It's also like, you know, imagine you're, like, a refugee. Like, what are you fleeing from? Like, a lot of people don't really want to necessarily leave their place, but they're being forced to try to escape. And it's like, you're judging people for like having to leave everything behind.
Yeah, it's
just to be safe.
It's difficult. Like if things like turned to shit in New Zealand, I don't know if I'd be able to practically leave. Partially because I'm on an island, but also because it's something that would cost a lot of money. I don't have the money there to... if I did, there'd be like a few things that I'd get done, but I just don't have the money to be able to do those things. So it's... You know, I think people don't realize that sometimes people just want a better life. People aren't always out to get you. And yeah, sure, in every bunch of people there are bad eggs, but like... most of the time, it's from you're more in danger. In general, you're more in danger from people that you know.
It's the same with like the stranger danger. It's like, the trans kids or the trans people or the gay people are coming for your kids. It's like, no, it's actually not, you know, like strangers. It's most likely an uncle. Or someone close, someone who has like a relationship. That's why like a lot of judges have like these huge issues. But it's like, it's easier to focus on like this imaginary threat and just like push this idea. And I think it's like being fabricated and like boosted by those who want to commit these crimes and get away with it.
Like when it comes to people in, I think changing rooms are like a big sticking point, because it's like there are a lot of changing rooms that are just completely open. Everyone can see everyone else get undressed, and I oppose the idea of having to see someone else's junk, you know, when you're getting undressed. I think that everyone should have their own little cubicle. I don't care what type of junk it is. But like,
Yeah.
I think that I shouldn't have to see anyone else's junk when I'm getting changed, and nobody should have to see mine.
Yeah.
That is why, if there is a cubicle available,
Yeah.
I am using that cubicle. It was particularly annoying. One of the more recent, when I say more recent, I mean like 3 years ago. When I went to change, and there was like no cubicles available, and I'm like, I don't want to get changed in front of everyone else.
Yeah.
Like,
It's awkward. I don't know. I don't know how people don't have shame. Like, especially, you know, things like a sauna. People are just like walking in there and they're just like butt naked and they're just like presenting themselves for everyone. And I'm like, how do you, like, why? Why are you doing this to me?
yeah. Like, it's one of those things where I think that there should always be an option of going to a place where you don't have to see that kind of stuff. I'd like to be able to just... I would love it if I could just go, okay, I'm going to go use the women's changing rooms, and I see no titties.
Yeah.
And I'd love that. I'd prefer that. And people don't realize that. Like, I'm like, the reason why, and I haven't used changing rooms in ages, but the reason why I'd use the women's changing room is so that I don't, you know, get confronted by guys who might harm me or whatever. I'm not going in there to like show off or anything. It's not like I don't really have anything to... well, I have a little bit, but it's not really much worth showing off. Especially not to strangers. Jeez. Like, it's one of those things where, like, I'm just going in to get changed. Like, you don't have to put any other motive on there. Like, if I'm going to a place and I need to get changed, I need to get changed. I need to use a place that allows me to get changed. And I prefer it if it was a place that I felt was safe.
Yeah, it's like I don't want to go. You know, when I used to go into the men's restroom and there's just like the urinals and there's like no like separator, it's just like a wall and everybody's just like presenting themselves. It's like, this is so. This feels kind of gross. Not gonna lie, I don't know.
I actually remember going to a club once, and for some reason this was on my mind very recently, but I remember going to the club and I went to the urinals and like I couldn't pee, and it's because a guy might walk in, and I just have problems with peeing in front of other people, and it was annoying because I just couldn't pee at a urinal. I probably still wouldn't be able to nowadays. It's been a long-standing problem, and it's just like something that I'm self-conscious about. I know that there's other guys that feel the same way, and it's like, well, maybe we should just have like a system where you have your own space to pee. Like, and it's weird. People treat. You know that turfism is a male-led movement. When people treat peeing in women's restrooms the same way as peeing in men's restrooms, because they're like they treat it as though you're peeing in front of each other, when that's not the case. They do not have urinals in women's restrooms. So yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, like, the danger isn't trans women. It's a lot of cis men, a lot of right-wing conservative cis men, so, but it's just, like, really difficult for these people to, like, go after them, so they're, like, siding with the oppressors in order to, I don't know, gain favors with the ones who oppress them, but, like, in the end, it's going to come back to bite them. And once they go after gay marriage, they are going to go after interracial couples and so on. It's just never going to stop. And the entire time, women are just going to lose more and more rights. So.
here's a fun factoid. In New Zealand, when it came to there was a point in time where it was illegal for men to be gay, and there was a community that was kind of debating amongst themselves whether they support these people, because by trying to help gay men, they could put themselves at risk of losing their rights. Ultimately, they decided, we're going to support gay men because it's the right thing to do, and we think that they should have the same rights as us. This was the lesbian community, because being lesbian was not illegal in the same way that being gay was. People
isn't that like in honor of that they like changed the GL to LG?
I am unsure.
To, like, honor the lesbians who were like fighting.
Yeah, because
like
I remember watching a documentary about it, and it's like, oh, that's cool. Like, the idea was essentially that lesbians had the rights that they needed, or they weren't able to get married, but they had the ability to love who they wanted to love, right? Whereas gay men didn't. And so essentially, lesbians could have just said, no, you fight your own fight, but they teamed up with gay people to, or gay men to be exact, to say, hey, give these people rights. And I feel like there's a lot of people nowadays that don't realize that think that, oh well, we've got, the gay people, we've got our rights, you're on your own, despite the fact that a lot of trans people have fought for gay rights, and some of the most supporting groups, some of the people who support trans people the most are actually lesbians.
I think like the problem comes also from the fact that like the people in positions of power who are going to go after gay rights if trans rights are going to be abolished, they are like pushing this idea that like, look at these trans people speaking up. They are the reason why we are going after gay marriage again. You know, like pushing this idea that it's like the fault of the ones who speak up, that other groups are quote unquote losing their rights. And because of us, instead of, they always went after gay rights. They always went after women's rights, etc. But like, instead of seeing through that BS, they're like so stuck in this. I don't know. They have like this weird Stockholm syndrome where it's like, because you speak up. Like, I get that a lot, because like I'm like really vocal. I get a lot of people be like, because you speak up, because you are supporting like trans kids, etc., you make other trans people look bad, and you are the reason why they are losing rights.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
It's just like you're stepping out of line, so like we have to let your community know that they actually don't support what you're doing because you're hurting them.
Yeah, and it's one of those people. It's one of those things where people will often blame people for pushing a little bit too, quote unquote, too hard. Where it's like, no, you can change people's minds. That is a thing you can do. You don't have to go, oh well, this is an unwinnable fight. So, and like that's the problem that I have with the Democrats. The Democrats are committed to not trying to change people's minds about things. At least like
you want to drop. Didn't they say they want to accept differing opinions on trans issues? So they're basically like throwing us under the bus, like some sacrificial offering to like the right, but like obviously the right is like too right. So
yeah,
they're not going to take that.
Like when it comes to trans women in sports, that's an issue that, firstly, it affects a very small number of people, but it's also talked about like way too much because that's like a thing that people feel like they can win, because it turns out that not a lot of people actually know about like the biology of trans people in order to come to a reasonable conclusion. And even if the TERFs are right on certain things, they're ignoring a lot of different aspects, which mean that even though there might be a solution out there, they will never actually arrive at that solution because A, they don't want to arrive at that solution because they want to make it a forever problem, but also they want to, they don't want a solution that benefits trans people in any way. Like they'll say, oh, get your own, get your own division. It's like, what, with one person?
Yeah.
Or
yeah, that one trans girl in the entire state of Utah who wants to compete with her girlfriends is probably going to just make her own sports. Yeah, that's a good idea. Good job.
Yeah.
But like that's always like my problem. I don't think you can find like good compromises when it comes to human rights. Because they're never going to like let it go. They're always going to push the line, because like back then puberty blockers were a compromise.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you are absolutely right. Puberty blockers are a compromise, and they've gone after puberty blockers. It's never about compromising. Yeah. It's about like going, hey, give us like anytime a compromise is reached, it's like, okay, thank you for that. Now I'm going to invade the rest of your country. Oh wait, we're not talking about Ukraine, are we? But you get the point.
it's just like the same situation again. They're always going to push it, you know?
Yeah.
So that's why I don't believe, like finding a compromise is a good idea, because it's always going to come back to like once you stop giving, or like once you start giving in, a certain standard is going to be set, and that standard is going to be normalized, and they are going to like keep after they banned gender affirming care for anyone under 18, they're going to ban them for anyone under 25, and they're going to ban them for anyone under 35, and then they're going to ban them for everyone. Like it's just never going to stop. They're never going to be like happy with it.
Yeah, and they'll use cases of like they'll use cases of like the most extreme case of someone got access to testosterone way too easily, so we should ban it. And it's like, no, like if you think there's a problem is them getting access to it too easily, then the solution is to maybe restrict access a little more. Even though like maybe I would prefer it if after a certain age. Like, let's say 25. Like, my ideal model would be under 18, you have to spend like 2 years on puberty blockers. And that is a compromise, but it is, to an extent, maybe a necessary one in order to make sure that you have less detransitioners. But then after that, I think that there should just be like an evaluation, then you can get hormones. After the age of 25, I think that you should be responsible enough to be able to make your decision on whether you want hormones or not, without like having to go through like any trials and tribulations. I think that once you're the age of 25, you should be allowed to do that. That's my my ideal model.
My personal take on it is more like how it's in like a couple of other European countries here, where it's like you can get HRT at 16, because I know that like being on puberty blockers for a really long time is actually not a good idea. You should actually be on HRT as soon as possible. Yeah. If like obviously the requirements are met, like you spoke with everyone. But like you work with experts, like multiple experts.
Yeah.
And
I definitely
I just think like in general it's like way too difficult in order to even get help. Because the wait lists are so long.
Yeah. Oh, and Templar Warden makes a good point. Education. It all comes back to education, and absolutely, I 100% agree with that. Also,
definitely.
There's another super chat that I haven't played, so...
The old man in changing room is bad for everyone.
Yeah, I agree with that. I always... Generally, I just get weirded out by guys in changing rooms in general. That's always been a case.
I get weirded out by guys in general a lot of times. Oh.
I mean, yeah, like, if I'm at a bar or something, and a guy comes up to me, like, I'm generally, like, very cautious. Like, I was at a karaoke bar once, and, like, this guy, I wanted to sing Sultans of Swing. Love that song. And this guy was like, oh, can I sing with you? And I was like, sure. He was trying to be a little too close to me for comfort.
Oh.
And it's like, yeah. And that's why I get weirded. And that goes back to the conversation about, like, not knowing what people's intentions are. Because it's like, okay, I'm okay with this person putting their arm around my shoulder, but then when they gave me a kiss on the cheek, I was like, nope. And it's like,
I feel like a lot of times it just comes to, like, testing boundaries, and I really hate that.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, it's one. That's what flirting is for. You know, I'm pretty sure flirting is like the test of boundaries, and you need to. And, like, the flirting needs to be reciprocated.
I believe that a lot of guys just don't know how to flirt.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I think some of them are a bit too scared of flirting, but, like, there's, like, certain things. Like, it's become a lot easier to flirt, like, lately, I feel like, because it's like, okay, I know, like, certain things, I know that if I say certain things, then I can, like, just sort of test the waters. But yeah, like, honestly, guys are terrible at flirting. I don't think I knew how to flirt as a guy. I'm still not the best at it.
It's kind of different. Like, sometimes I feel like there's I don't know, maybe this is just like a little bit of like how society functions, but I feel like a lot of times there are things that I'm okay with when women do it, but not when guys do it.
Yeah, I would 100% agree. Like, if a guy that I barely know puts his arm around me, then I'm gonna be a lot more no to that than, like, if a woman puts her arm around me. And it's simply because, like, when it comes to intentions, like, the guy is much more likely to have intentions of, like, or a guy is much more likely to treat that as me being okay with whatever he wants to do, whereas a woman is less likely to actually want to do too much. It's more likely that she's just being friendly. And, like, sure, like, I have trouble, like, sometimes differentiating between when someone is just being friendly and when someone is, like, into me. But usually that's on the side of, hey, they're probably just being friendly even if they're clearly into me.
Yeah. I need people to explicitly state that they're flirting with me. I'm like a vampire, but instead of, like, getting entry into your home, I'm just like, are you? You know, you have to explicitly talk to me and say what is, like, happening before I proceed. You know? Yeah,
I mean, I'm very much the same with entering someone. I'm like someone said, you can just come into my house without having to ask, right? I'm like, I'm an autistic vampire. Like, you have to, like, give me explicit permission every time.
Yeah. It's like, please give it to me in writing and like, sign it.
Yeah. Like that.
Leave the letter under your doormat.
And that is why I actually kind of there is a reason why I do like dating apps to an extent, because I think there is often a mutual acceptance of, okay, we're both here for like similar things, and so it's much easier to start those kinds of conversations without it seeming weird. Whereas if you meet someone in real life, it can be a little harder to do that, though it often depends, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got a lot of thoughts about various things, and I could go on for another half an hour, but half an hour ago, I talked about potentially ending the stream, and...
Yeah. We can do this again another time. I need sleep. It's 2:30.
Yeah, sorry for keeping you this long.
No, I enjoyed it. It was fun.
Yeah. All right. Take care, everyone. I will see you in the next... leave a like and subscribe. And, Patreon stuff. You can always buy me a coffee if you... Maybe you're watching the stream back and you thought, well, that was an entertaining stream, but I can't send a super chat. You can always buy me a coffee or super chat in the... Like, there's the... I forget what it's called. There's like a super comment.
Thanks.
Oh, yeah, super thanks. Yeah. You know what?
Yeah.
But yeah, like,
It's so weird.
leave a like, subscribe, all that good stuff. I will see you in the next stream, although most likely the next video. Or maybe even in a video on someone else's channel. Oh, when's that going to happen? I will see you then. Between you and me, thank you for watching.